1. Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you, so this word could find you. Listen carefully, because this is not a coincidence. You are not scrolling by accident, and you are not hearing this voice by chance. This moment has been written into your destiny before the foundation of the world. You are not like the rest. You are marked, set apart, and called into a greater purpose than the ordinary life others try to settle for. Do you feel it inside? That stirring, that tug that tells you there is more than what you see, that you were not designed simply to survive, but to shift atmospheres, to carry light where darkness reigns, to be the interruption of evil and the answer to prayers whispered in secret. Yes, you feel it, because heaven himself has placed that fire within you. This is why things around you break, why people misunderstand you, why you have never truly fit in, because the chosen are not meant to blend in. Every obstacle you have endured, every closed door that made no sense, every betrayal that cut deeper than words can explain, all of it has been heaven's orchestration to bring you to this very moment. Beloved, God stopped you right here, right now, because if you had rushed past this message, you would have missed a divine confirmation. And so I say, stop everything. Quiet your mind. Let your heart be still. This is not an ordinary word. It is the whisper of eternity breaking into your present moment. You see, chosen one, when you live under the weight of destiny, life cannot be casual. Others may wander. Others may ignore. But you cannot. There is a sense of urgency that follows you, because your life carries impact beyond your years, beyond your family, beyond your generation. That's why the warfare around you has been so fierce. That's why your nights have been sleepless. Why attacks seem unrelenting. Why confusion often tries to cloud your mind. Darkness fears you, because you carry something it cannot extinguish. And here is what you must know. Heaven will interrupt your ordinary moments to remind you who you are. This word is that interruption. You've been running. You've been doubting. You've been asking if maybe you are too broken, too late, or too far gone. But hear this truth: God has not forgotten you. Heaven still knows your name. But listen carefully. Chosen one, the very resistance you have faced is confirmation of your calling. If the enemy fights you this hard, it is because he sees what you are about to step into. He knows the power of your breakthrough, and he trembles at the thought of your obedience. The opposition has been great because the assignment on your life is greater. Stop interpreting your battles as rejection. See them as validation. Heaven trusted you with this level of warfare because you carry the strength to overcome and the mantle to lead others into freedom. Do not let weariness deceive you into surrender. The valley you walk through is not permanent ground. It is the pathway toward your promised place. Every sleepless night has been counted. Every tear has been bottled. Every groan has been heard. The enemy has tried to whisper that you are forgotten, but heaven declares, otherwise you are seen. You are known. You are marked. The time is now to rise, to step forward with courage, to recognize that your light cannot be hidden any longer. The world is waiting for the sound of your obedience. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and staff comfort." Do you understand the weight of that? Even in your darkest valley, Even when you thought you were abandoned, His presence never left you. His comfort never stopped reaching for you. And the very fact that you are hearing this right now is proof that your story is not over. Chosen one. Let me speak plainly. You cannot afford to ignore this. You are being called out of distraction, out of compromise, out of delay. This is your moment of awakening. The heavens have sounded the alarm, and your spirit is recognizing it. Do not silence that recognition. Do not brush it off. This is divine intervention. And hear me. Your obedience in this moment unlocks something greater. What you do after hearing this word determines the path of your tomorrow. You are standing at a crossroad. On one side, the pull of old habits, familiar pain, and wasted potential. On the other, the road of destiny, the path of light, the journey of purpose. Which will you choose? Pause and breathe. Heaven is watching. The angels have been dispatched. The Father is leaning close. You are more important than you've been led to believe. You are a carrier of glory. That is why I must invite you. If this word resonates deep within, if you know this is heaven tugging at your soul, do not stay silent. Speak up. Engage. Declare it out loud. Share this word with someone else who may need to be reminded of who they are. Like this message. Comment below. Let your voice echo back into the atmosphere so the enemy knows you heard heaven clearly. And above all, subscribe so that you remain connected to the stream of words that will sustain you in this journey. Chosen one. This is not entertainment. This is lifeline. This is not algorithm. This is appointment. Heaven arranged this intersection, and you are proof of divine strategy. So stop everything and listen. Your life is shifting. The fire is being rekindled. The crown is waiting. Type the number 777 inches the comments as a prophetic act, sealing your agreement with heaven. It is not a game. It is your declaration that you are awake, alert, and ready for the next step. Chosen one. Before the earth knew your name, heaven already marked you. Your story did not begin the day you took your first breath. It began in the eternal counsel of God when He set His eyes upon you and declared, "This one is mine." That is why you have always felt different. Even as a child, you noticed what others ignored. You sensed what others could not see. You carried burdens that seemed too heavy for your small shoulders. And still, something inside you whispered, you were born for more. You may not have understood it then, but the hand of God was upon you from the very beginning. He was shaping you in silence, guiding you even in places where you thought you were lost. The reason the world never fully embraced you is because you were never designed to fit into it. You are an ambassador of another kingdom, a vessel carrying divine assignments, a light that the darkness tried to snuff out from the very first moment you appeared. Think back, how many times did you escape dangers that should have ended your story? How many moments seemed impossible? Yet somehow you survived. That survival was not random. It was divine proof that your life is protected, guarded, and preserved for destiny. This is why attacks against you have felt personal, because they are. The enemy has recognized your mark since before you recognized it yourself. He saw the seal of heaven on your life and attempted to crush it before it could bloom. But every plan failed, because chosen ones cannot be destroyed before their time. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 42, Verse 31. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Those words echo through eternity, and today they echo into your spirit. You are not an accident. You are not overlooked. You are not merely human flesh walking through random years. You are heaven's idea wrapped in skin, carrying an assignment that cannot be duplicated by another soul. Understand this. Being chosen means being misunderstood. Others may call you strange, too sensitive, or too intense. But that sensitivity is spiritual discernment. That intensity is the fire of destiny burning within. People who do not carry the same weight cannot possibly understand what you bear. And so, instead of resenting their distance, see it as confirmation. God separated you early because your path requires clarity, not crowding. Chosen one. Do you know why loneliness has often walked beside you? Because God was teaching you to lean on His presence above all others. Had you been surrounded by constant applause and endless support, you would have never discovered the sufficiency of His voice in the midnight hour. The silence you hated became the soil where your faith grew roots. The tears you cried in secret watered the seeds of resilience that now prepare you for the harvest ahead. You have been marked from birth, and that mark is both privilege and responsibility. It is privilege because heaven fights for you, guards you, and equips you with supernatural strength. But it is responsibility because you cannot live as others live. You cannot walk where others walk. The chosen carry restrictions that others do not. You have likely noticed how things others do easily bring you into conviction quickly. That is not weakness. It is evidence of calling. The Father is jealous over you, and He will not allow you to stray without His hand tugging you back. Even the battles within your own family reveal this mark. Perhaps you felt rejected by those who should have nurtured you. Perhaps you felt like the outsider in your own home. That was not because you were unloved, but because the anointing on your life demanded a different shaping. The furnace of rejection birthed in you a compassion for the forgotten. The absence of affirmation carved in you a hunger for the Father's approval above all else. Your story is not tragedy, it is training. Do not despise the path that shaped you. Every scar has become a signpost. Every wound has become a testimony. Every detour has been redeemed. The mark of the chosen is not perfection, it is persistence. You may stumble, but you rise. You may weep, but you do not stay broken. You may wander, but you always hear the call home. That is the mystery of being chosen. He never lets you go. And now, as you look back, pieces begin to align. That sense of never belonging finally makes sense. That inner voice that called you higher was not imagination. It was the eternal mark stamped upon your soul before your first cry. Chosen one. You are evidence of divine intention. Carry this truth as armor. If God knew you before birth, then no event after birth can cancel His plan. Not failure, not shame, not betrayal, not even your own mistakes. The mark upon you is older than your sin, stronger than your weakness, and deeper than your doubts. The seal of heaven cannot be erased by the hand of man. So, let the words echo once more in your spirit. Before you were formed, He knew you. Before you arrived, He set you apart. This is why the fight has been great. This is why your journey has been heavy. This is why your soul longs for something eternal. You are marked, chosen, and appointed, and beloved. The world is waiting for you to walk fully into that identity. The nations may never know your name, but heaven knows it well. You are not anonymous in the courts of eternity. Angels recognize the seal you carry. Demons tremble at the authority you do not yet fully realize you hold. And all creation waits for the revealing of the sons and daughters of God. You are one of them. So lift your head, square your shoulders. Remember who you are. You were never ordinary. You were never forgotten. You were marked from birth. And the journey before you is proof that the hand of God has been guiding you all along. Section 3. Chosen One. Every battle you have fought in silence carries weight. The sleepless nights, the prayers whispered into the dark, the tears that soaked your pillow, all of them were heard. Heaven has not ignored a single moment of your pain. Your story has been written into the eternal records, and nothing has been wasted. You see, the chosen walk a road that others cannot see. They endure pressures others cannot explain. They carry battles that others cannot understand. And yet, you are still standing. The weight of silent battles is heavy because no one claps for you in them. No one applauds the nights you didn't give up. No one sees the courage it took simply to keep breathing when despair told you to stop. But God saw. And he not only saw, he remembered. Each hidden battle is a seed that will soon bring visible harvest. What feels like silent suffering is actually sacred training. Beloved, let me remind you of a truth. The greatest warriors are not forged in public arenas, but in hidden valleys. You are proof of that truth. While others overlooked you, heaven was watching. While others misjudged you, the Father was preparing you. Every disappointment became a classroom. Every rejection became a chisel, shaping your soul. Every heartbreak was used as a refining fire. What the enemy meant for your destruction has been repurposed into your strength. This is why the darkness has tried to drown you in isolation. If he could convince you that your pain was meaningless, he could steal your hope. But the Spirit of God whispers, even now, your pain has always carried purpose. What you have endured is not for nothing. What you have survived is not in vain. The hidden wounds are turning into holy weapons. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5. Weeping may stay for the night, but rejoicing comes in the morning. Do you understand how powerful that is? Your night has been long, but it has an expiration date. Your morning is promised. Joy is not a possibility, it is a certainty. The Father has already appointed the sunrise after your storm. Chosen one, do not let shame convince you that your struggles disqualify you. In fact, they qualify you even more. Heaven does not look for those who have never stumbled. Heaven looks for those who refuse to stay down. You may have scars, but scars are evidence of survival. They are not signs of weakness, they are testimonies of grace. And when others see your scars, they will know God is real because he carried you through what should have broken you. Think of this. Every giant you faced in silence has actually prepared you to slay giants in the open. The hidden victories you won when no one was watching are the foundation of the authority you now carry. This is why you cannot envy the paths of others. Their road may look easier, but your road is weightier because your crown is heavier. And so I must speak directly to you. Stop minimizing your journey. Stop treating your survival as if it is not supernatural. You should have been gone. You should have been broken. You should have quit. But you didn't. That is proof of the hand of God upon you. Beloved, I sense this deeply. What you endured in silence is about to be shouted as testimony. The very things you thought were burying you were actually planting you. A seed does not stay hidden forever. In due season, it breaks through the soil, and your due season is near. That is why I ask you right now to declare in faith with a simple phrase, comment, I hear you. Lord, do not underestimate the power of those words. It is more than a comment. It is a declaration. By typing it, you are aligning your heart with heaven's voice, telling the Father that you recognize this word is for you. It is an act of agreement, a public signal that though the battles were silent, your surrender is not. When you declare, I hear you, Lord, you silence the lies of the enemy who tried to convince you that God had abandoned you. You affirm that your ears are tuned to heaven and that you will not let pain deafen you to the voice of purpose. It is a prophetic act, simple in form, but mighty in power, because every agreement with God opens a new chapter of grace. Chosen one, lift your perspective higher. The silent seasons have not been punishment, they have been preparation. You have been hidden not because you were forgotten, but because you were being formed. The oil is pressed in secret before it flows in public. The anointing that rests upon you is costly because the crushing was great. But do not despise it. Your crushing was confirmation of your calling. One day, you will look back on these silent battles and realize they were the very moments heaven was closest. The Father never left your side. Angels stood guard around your bed. The Spirit groaned on your behalf when you had no words left to pray. Your survival has been supernatural, and your story is about to carry supernatural impact. So, walk forward with courage. Hold your head high. The night does not last forever. The morning is already rising, and your silent battles are being transformed into loud victories that will echo through generations. Remember, chosen one, you are not defined by what tried to break you. You are defined by the God who held you together. Your silent battles have been your secret training ground, and now you are stepping into the unveiling of your destiny. Section 4. Chosen one. You must understand something profound. Your very existence unsettles the realm of darkness. The reason you have felt opposition from the earliest days of your journey is because your light is not ordinary. It is a flame ignited by heaven itself, and no amount of darkness can extinguish it. You carry a presence that shifts atmospheres. Walk into a room, and spiritual forces take notice. Stand among people, and hidden intentions are revealed. It is not because of who you are in yourself, it is because of who is within you. This is why you have been misunderstood. Some people withdraw when you approach, not because you have done them harm, but because the light you carry exposes what they are trying to hide. Others are drawn to you, even without knowing why, because they sense the peace and clarity of God flowing from your spirit. Wherever you go, reactions are stirred. You are not invisible in the spirit realm. Your life emits a sound that either comforts or convicts, depending on the posture of the heart that encounters you. Chosen one. This is both gift and burden. The gift is that you walk with an invisible authority that no enemy can override. The burden is that you cannot live unnoticed. Even when you desire to blend in, light does not ask for attention, it simply shines, and darkness cannot ignore it. This is why the enemy has fought so hard to dim your flame. He has tried to drown you in confusion, to bury you in shame, to silence you with fear. But despite his efforts, you are still burning. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Do you hear the weight of those words? It is not a suggestion. It is a statement of identity. You are light, and light cannot be hidden. This means no matter how much the enemy tries to bury you, no matter how much life tries to cover you with shadows, your light will break through. Even in your darkest hour, your very existence testifies that darkness has not won. You may wonder, but what if I feel weak? What if I feel broken? What if I feel like my light is flickering? Listen closely. Even a flickering flame can pierce the deepest darkness. It does not take the sun at full strength to defeat the night. It only takes a spark, and you, chosen one, are more than a spark. You are a torchbearer. The Spirit of God burns within you, and his flame does not die. The enemy fears this. That is why opposition has followed you. That is why envy has tried to wound you. That is why misunderstanding has shadowed your steps. But do not mistake the resistance for defeat. Resistance is proof of power. The attacks are not signs that you are weak. They are evidence that you are dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. Think about it. Darkness never fights darkness. It only fights light. The fact that you feel opposition is the clearest proof that you shine. Chosen one, carry this truth with boldness. You are not just surviving, you are disrupting. You are not just enduring, you are dismantling. Every time you refuse to give in, the enemy's plans collapse. Every time you choose hope over despair, darkness trembles. Every time you speak truth instead of silence, you pierce through lies. This is why the weight of your calling can feel lonely. People may not always celebrate you. They may misjudge your intentions. They may think you are too much. But do not dim yourself to make others comfortable. Light was never created to shrink. It was created to shine. You were never called to blend in. You were called to stand out. And though standing out feels isolating, it is also the proof of your impact. Chosen one, there is a sacred strength rising within you. You may not see it yet, but every step you take in obedience fans the flame higher. The fire within you was not given for your own sake alone. It was given so that others lost in darkness would find their way home. This is the beauty of being chosen. Your battles are never just for you. Your victories will be for generations. Pause for a moment and think about the people whose lives will change because you refuse to quit. Think about the chains that will break in families because you carried the light boldly. Think about the children who will grow up free because you refused to surrender to darkness. Your decision to shine has ripple effects beyond what you can measure. Even creation itself longs for the revealing of God's chosen ones. The earth aches under the weight of corruption, waiting for light bearers to stand up and walk in their true identity. You are one of those for whom creation waits. Do you see the weight of your role? You are not simply surviving your story, you are part of heaven's plan to shift history. Chosen one, remember this always. Darkness can surround you, but it cannot overtake you. Shadows may gather, but they cannot swallow your flame. You may feel pressed, but you will not be crushed. You may feel struck down, but you will not be destroyed. Why? Because the light in you is not human, it is divine. And divine fire cannot be extinguished. So rise, shine, walk with courage, step boldly into rooms that once intimidated you. Stand tall in spaces that once silenced you. Your very presence is warfare. Your very existence is disruption. And your very light is proof that heaven still reigns over earth. The enemy already knows what you are beginning to understand. You are unstoppable, unshakable, uncontainable. The chosen cannot be hidden. And you, beloved, are chosen. Section 5. Chosen 1. The path you are walking is not wide, and it is not crowded. It is the narrow road, the one few are willing to take. It requires sacrifice. It demands obedience. It calls you away from comfort and pushes you into faith. This is why so many turn back. This is why so many prefer the easy way. But you, yes, you were not designed for the easy way. You were designed for the narrow way that leads to life. You may have wondered why your journey has felt so different from others. Why doors that opened for them remained closed for you. Why paths that seemed easy for them felt heavy for you. The answer is simple. You are chosen. And chosen ones walk differently. The wide road may look appealing, but it leads to destruction. The narrow road may look lonely, but it leads to destiny. This road has already cost you something. Maybe relationships faded. Maybe opportunities dissolved. Maybe dreams you once held tightly had to be surrendered. Eich loss stung. But each loss made room for something greater. The narrow road removes what cannot go with you into the future. It trims the excess. It prunes the unnecessary. It shapes you into someone who can carry the weight of heaven's assignment. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 7. I have fought the good fight. I have finished the race. I have kept the faith. Do you see it? The life of the chosen is not about ease. It is about endurance. It is about staying the course when others give up. It is about keeping the faith when others let it go. The narrow road may be steep, but at its end there is a crown of glory waiting. Chosen one. Do not despise the difficulty of your journey. Every step you take is shaping you. Every obstacle you overcome is strengthening you. Every trial you endure is proving you are being refined into a vessel that can carry glory without breaking. You are being tested, not to be destroyed, but to be entrusted. The narrow road prepares you for the wide influence. Heaven will one day release through you. And here, I want to pause and speak sincerely from the heart. These words that reach you now are not entertainment. They are reminders. They are food for your soul, strength for your spirit, and confirmation that you are not walking alone. If this message is stirring something deep within you, I encourage you, help it reach others who are also searching. A simple act of liking, a simple act of sharing, may be the very way someone else discovers the narrow road they were meant to walk. Do not underestimate the power of spreading light. One click. One share. One subscription. It may feel small, but it is seed sown into eternity. You never know who will stumble upon these words because you chose to pass them along. You never know which weary soul will find courage because you ensured this message was not hidden. That is why I ask you sincerely, remain connected. Stay close. Subscribe so you can continue walking this road with constant reminders that you are not alone. Chosen one. Walking the narrow road is hard enough, but it becomes lighter when we know we are walking together. By sharing, by subscribing, by engaging. You are not simply supporting words, you are strengthening the entire remnant of God's chosen ones scattered across the earth. But let me assure you of this, even if you feel alone, you are never truly alone. The narrow road may look empty, but heaven walks beside you. The angels guard your steps. The Spirit whispers when the way grows dark, and the Father himself delights in your obedience. Every time you take another step forward, all of heaven rejoices. This is the paradox of the narrow road. Though it looks lonely, it leads you into the deepest companionship of God. Though it strips you of much, it fills you with more than you could ever imagine. Though it feels like loss, it results in eternal gain. And chosen one, I tell you the truth, there will come a day when you will look back and thank God for the narrowness. You will see how the pain kept you pure, how the struggle made you strong, how the pruning prepared you for abundance. Nothing will have been wasted. Every hardship will become a testimony. Every scar will shine with glory. Every step will be rewarded. So, walk with courage. Do not envy those on the wide road, for their journey may look easy now, but it ends in emptiness. Your road may look difficult now, but it ends in eternal life. Do not measure your progress by comparison. The chosen cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Your calling is too high, your destiny too great, your purpose too weighty to be evaluated by temporary appearances. Keep going. Chosen one, keep pressing forward. The narrow road may not always feel rewarding in the moment, but heaven is recording every step, and heaven will not forget you. If these words remind you of your own journey, let them anchor you. If they give you strength, let them keep you steady. And if they stir your heart, let them remind you that you are not just wandering, you are walking the path designed for you since before time began. Do not despise the narrow road. Beloved, embrace it, for it is the very proof that you are chosen. Section 6. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven leans close to the earth, when the ordinary air becomes charged with divine urgency. This is one of those moments. You are not hearing these words by accident. You are being stopped, interrupted, drawn into alignment, because heaven has sounded a spiritual emergency alert. You may have been delaying decisions. You may have been putting off obedience. You may have been saying, "I'll deal with it tomorrow." But chosen one, tomorrow is not promised, and delay is not harmless. Every time you ignore the pull of God, your heart grows duly, and the light within flickers weaker. This is why heaven interrupts you now. Think of it like this. If you were walking toward the edge of a cliff, would you not want someone to shout, to grab you, to pull you back before you fell? That is exactly what God is doing for you in this moment. He is pulling you away from destruction, tugging you back from compromise, reminding you that the cost of delay is far greater than the cost of obedience. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 19, verse 5. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Do you feel the weight of those words? Obedience is not a burden, it is a doorway. To obey is to be gathered into his arms as his treasured possession. To obey is to step into the destiny that delay has been trying to rob from you. Chosen one. Heaven's warning is clear. Do not ignore this call. Mercy is reaching for you, but mercy is not endless when it is constantly refused. Grace is extended, but grace is not cheap. God's hand has shielded you, but there comes a time when persistent rebellion causes that shield to be lifted. That is why you must act now. This is not meant to terrify you, but to awaken you. The same God who warns is the God who loves. The same God who convicts is the God who heals. The urgency you feel in your chest is not condemnation, it is invitation. The Father is not pushing you away, He is pulling you closer. But He will not drag you by force. You must choose. Chosen. 1. You know the areas where you've been hesitating. You know the patterns that keep you trapped. You know the compromises that have been poisoning your spirit. Heaven knows them too. And still, instead of casting you aside, God sent this word to meet you. This is not wrath. This is mercy. This is your chance to turn. Do not mistake delay for safety. Every time you delay, chains tighten. Every time you hesitate, shadows deepen. Every time you postpone, the enemy builds stronger walls around you. That is why this moment is sacred. That is why this word is urgent. The heavens are saying, don't wait. Beloved, hear me. This is not just about you. Your obedience affects others. Your destiny is not isolated. It is connected to lives you haven't even met yet. If you delay, they suffer. If you obey, they are freed. Do you realize how weighty your decisions are? Do you understand that your yes could set in motion ripples of salvation across families and generations? This is why heaven cannot let you keep drifting. You feel the weight in your heart right now. That pull, that stirring, it is not coincidence. It is not emotion. It is divine alignment. Heaven is knocking at the door of your spirit. And the longer you stand silent, the louder the knocking will feel. Chosen one. Let me remind you, delay is a thief. It steals opportunities. It steals growth. It steals destiny. But the good news is, this obedience is a restorer. What the enemy stole, obedience brings back, multiplied. What delay ruined, obedience rebuilds stronger. What rebellion destroyed, obedience resurrects by grace. This is why I urge you now, act in faith. Break the silence. Respond to heaven. Not tomorrow. Not later. Now. Right here. As you read. Heaven is listening for your reply. And so, I call you to a prophetic act. Type the number 444 inches. The comments. Why 444? Because it symbolizes alignment, body, soul, and spirit, coming into agreement with the will of God. By writing it, you are declaring that you are stepping out of delay and into obedience. You are saying, no more hesitation, no more compromise. I choose alignment. Oh, do not think of it as typing a number. Think of it as engraving a covenant. It is not a comment to impress others. It is a declaration to heaven. It is your signature on the scroll of obedience. It is your yes written in the atmosphere. Chosen one. When you make this declaration, chains begin to break. Fear begins to lose its grip. Confusion begins to clear. Why? Because heaven responds to faith. Even faith, as simple as a number typed in surrender. Do not let pride stop you. Do not let hesitation silence you. This is your act of obedience, your answer to heaven's alert. And when you obey in this small thing, you will find the strength to obey in greater things. Beloved, I see you in the Spirit, you standing at a crossroads, the past tugging behind you, the future calling ahead of you, and heaven's voice saying, "Now is the time. You are not too late. You are not too far gone, but you are at a point of decision. Choose life. Choose obedience. Choose the narrow road. And when you do, watch what unfolds. Watch how the heaviness lifts. Watch how clarity comes. Watch how doors begin to open that you could never have forced open on your own. This is the fruit of obedience. This is the reward of surrender. Chosen one. The alarm has sounded. The trumpet is blowing. The Spirit is calling. Do not delay any longer. Step forward. Respond. Align. For this is your moment of divine intervention. Section 7. Chosen one. You have entered what many fear and few understand, the shaking season. It is the time when the ground beneath you trembles, when what was stable begins to crumble, when what once felt certain suddenly feels fragile. You may have looked around recently and thought, why is everything I leaned on being removed? Why do relationships, jobs, and even old ways of thinking no longer hold me steady? The answer is simple but weighty. God is shaking what cannot remain, so that only what is unshakable will stand. This shaking is not cruelty. It is mercy. Left unshaken, you might have clung to things that could never carry you into destiny. Left untouched, you might have mistaken temporary comfort for eternal foundation. But the Father loves you too much to let you build your future on sand. He shakes the sand away so you may stand firmly on the rock. Do you see the pattern? Friendships that seemed lifelong suddenly drift away. Opportunities that looked promising, close without warning. Desires that once burnt strong lose their appeal. This is not chaos, it is cleansing. The hand of God is removing what cannot endure the fire of destiny. The shaking season feels like loss, but it is actually protection. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms. Chapter 62, verse 2. Truly he is my rock and my salvation. He is my fortress. I will never be shaken. What a paradox. David speaks of never being shaken while writing from seasons of immense turbulence. How is that possible? It is possible because being unshaken does not mean life is calm. It means your foundation is unmovable. The storms may rage. The winds may howl. But the rock beneath your feet will not crack. That rock is Christ. And in him, chosen one, you are secure. Understand this. Shaking exposes what is weak, so that what is strong can remain. When God shakes relationships, he reveals who was truly for you and who was only there for the benefits of being near you. When God shakes your routines, he exposes habits that drained your spirit. When God shakes your finances, he teaches you to trust provision that does not come from human systems, but from his hand alone. Every tremor you feel is a tool shaping you into someone who cannot be toppled by lesser storms later. Chosen one. The shaking season is uncomfortable, but it is necessary. Think of a tree during harvest. The farmer shakes it so the ripe fruit falls, and only what is ready is gathered. You are that tree. The shaking may feel violent, but it is producing harvest. It is releasing fruit you didn't even know was mature. It is stripping away what no longer belongs so that the true treasure within can be revealed. Do not despise the shaking. Instead, discern it. Ask yourself, what is God removing? What is God strengthening? What is God revealing? When you see through this lens, the shaking shifts from terror to transformation. Instead of clinging to what is falling, you will release it gladly, knowing that what remains is what truly matters. There is another mystery here. The shaking season is also the proving season. It proves your faith. It proves your endurance. It proves whether your trust is in the gift or the giver. Anyone can praise when all is stable, but chosen ones are called to praise when the world is collapsing around them. Anyone can trust when doors are opening, but chosen ones trust when doors are closing and the hallway feels endless. The shaking strips away shallow faith and plants you into deep, immovable conviction. Beloved, consider this carefully. Every great figure in Scripture endured shaking before stepping into destiny. Joseph was shaken from the comfort of his family into slavery. Then, from the security of Potiphar's house into prison, before stepping into the palace. David was shaken from the fields into the wilderness, hunted by Saul, before being crowned king. Even Jesus himself endured the shaking of rejection, betrayal, and the cross before the resurrection revealed his glory. If they were shaken, how could we expect to escape? And yet, like them, you will emerge refined, not ruined. You may say, but I feel like I'm losing everything. The truth is, you are losing what cannot last, and what you gain will be eternal. This season is not subtraction, it is preparation. When the dust settles, you will see that you have not lost at all. You will discover you have gained stability, wisdom, discernment, and strength that cannot be bought. Chosen one. Let this image guide you. Imagine gold in the furnace. The fire does not destroy the gold, it burns away the impurities. The shaking is your furnace. The fire is hot. The process painful, but the result is purity. You will shine brighter after the shaking than you ever did before. This is why the shaking must be embraced, not resisted. When you fight to cling to what God is removing, you only prolong the pain, but when you release it, you find freedom. The narrow road requires empty hands. Let go of what is slipping and trust the one who holds your future. The shaking season is also a dividing line. It separates those who are merely curious about God from those who are committed to Him. It distinguishes between those who love Him for His blessings and those who love Him for His presence. Chosen one. You are among the committed. You are among those who refuse to let go, even when the ground quakes beneath you. That is why God has trusted you with this season. And so, as everything shakes, stand still in faith. Do not panic. Do not despair. Remember David's words. He is your rock, your salvation, your fortress. You will not be shaken. Feel the tremors. Yes, but let them remind you that your foundation cannot crack. What you stand on is eternal. When this season ends, and it will end, you will rise with unshakable confidence. You will look back and see that what fell away was never meant to remain. You will bless God for the shaking, because without it, you might have built your life on unstable ground, and you will carry forward a strength that nothing can topple. Chosen one, you are in the shaking season, but you will not be shaken. You are being refined, not destroyed. You are being prepared, not abandoned. And soon, the fruit of this season will reveal the wisdom of God's hand. Section 8. Chosen one. The darkness has been working in silence just as surely as God has been working in light. But hear this clearly. Every plot of the enemy against you is being exposed. What has been hidden in shadows is being dragged into the open. What was whispered behind closed doors is being shouted from rooftops. The enemy may have thought his traps were invisible, but heaven is lifting the veil so that you can see clearly where to step and where not to step. Have you noticed how certain things in your life that once felt safe suddenly revealed cracks? Have you noticed how people you trusted suddenly showed their true colors? That is not coincidence, that is exposure. God does not allow his chosen ones to remain deceived for long. He reveals the schemes of the adversary so that you may walk in wisdom, not blindness. Exposure is not meant to humiliate you. It is meant to protect you. When truth comes to light, it saves you from deeper entanglement. Think of a trap in the forest. It is most dangerous when hidden beneath leaves, but once uncovered, it loses its power. That is what God is doing now, uncovering snares before they can destroy you. The prophet Elijah spoke, as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. This verse is more than history. It is a mirror. Exposure force décision. When the truth comes into the open, neutrality becomes impossible. You cannot cling to both light and shadow. The shaking and the unveiling demand that you decide who will you serve, which path will you walk, which voice will you obey. Chosen one. Recognize the mercy in this. The exposure of the enemy's plans is not God embarrassing you, it is God rescuing you. He would rather you feel the sting of truth now than the destruction of lies later. He reveals so that you may be free, not bound. Think of Joseph in Egypt. His brothers plotted against him in secrecy, yet their scheme only positioned him for destiny. The plot was real, but God exposed its purpose. Or think of Haman in the time of Esther. His secret plans to destroy God's people were unveiled at the very banquet he prepared for their downfall. Exposure is always twofold. It reveals evil, and it reveals the sovereign protection of God. This is happening in your life now. Do not be surprised when masks fall. Do not be shocked when hidden motives are revealed. Do not cling to illusions when God tears them away. Trust that his exposure is deliverance. He is setting you free from what you could not see. Exposure also operates within. Sometimes the enemy's schemes are not just around us, but within us. Thoughts planted, lies believed, patterns embraced. God exposes these too, not to condemn, but to heal. When he shines light on hidden wounds or toxic cycles, it may sting, but it is the sting of surgery that saves. He reveals so he can restore. Do not despise this inner exposure. Welcome it. Say, Lord, show me where I have believed lies. Show me where the enemy has woven deception into my thinking. Tear down the strongholds in my mind. When you pray this, heaven answers. And though the process is humbling, the result is freedom. Chosen one. Exposure is also preparation for authority. Those who cannot discern the plots of the enemy cannot lead others into freedom. But those whose eyes have been opened, whose ears are tuned, whose spirits are sharpened, they become guides in the wilderness. Your experiences of exposure are not just for you. They are for those who will come after you. The wisdom you gain in this season will one day be the shield for others. Consider this. What if the very traps you are escaping now are the ones you will one day warn others about? What if the lies you are rejecting now are the very lies you will expose for a generation. What if the deliverance you are walking into is the blueprint for someone else's breakthrough? This is why the exposure is so intense. It is bigger than you. Beloved, remember also that exposure is progressive. God does not reveal everything at once. He uncovers layer by layer as you are able to handle it. Be patient with the process. Some things will become clear instantly. Others will take time. Do not rush. Do not panic. Walk in step with His Spirit. Trust that what you need to see will be revealed when you need to see it. And do not fear the exposure of enemies. Even if plots rise against you, they cannot prosper. Light is stronger than shadow. Truth is stronger than deception. The trap set for you will become the pit the enemy himself falls into. You do not need to scheme in return. You only need to stay aligned with the one who reveals all. Chosen one, take heart in this season. Exposure is not the end, it is the beginning of clarity. It is the removal of fog. It is the lifting of illusions. You are being trained to see not only with natural eyes, but with spiritual vision. You are learning to walk with discernment, to sense motives, to recognize deception before it takes root. This is the gift of the chosen eyes to see what others ignore. So stand firm. When truths are revealed that hurt, do not let bitterness take root. When people fall away, do not cling in desperation. When patterns in yourself are exposed, do not shrink in shame. Instead, lift your head and say, "Thank you, Lord, for showing me. Thank you for saving me from what I could not see." That gratitude will turn every revelation into strength. And as you move forward, let exposure make you wiser, not harder. Let it teach you discernment without breeding suspicion. Let it strengthen your trust in God, not weaken your trust in people. Remember, not everyone is a plot. For every betrayer, there is a loyal friend. For every trap, there is a safe place prepared by God. Keep your heart tender even as your eyes grow sharper. Chosen one. The season of exposure is here, but it is not to destroy you. It is to deliver you. It is to train you. It is to prepare you for greater authority. Walk in light, for light reveals, and light protects. Section 9. Chosen 1. There comes a time when the wilderness calls. It is not the place of comfort, nor the place of applause. It is the place of testing, of stretching, of encountering God in ways you cannot within the noise of the crowd. And you, yes, you have been led into such a wilderness. Do not mistake it as punishment. The wilderness is not where God abandons you, it is where He shapes you. The wilderness strips away distractions. It silences the voices that once drowned out the whisper of the Spirit. It exposes the cravings of your flesh and confronts the lies you've believed. But above all, it is the place where you discover that God is enough. In the wilderness, there is no stage to perform on, no comfort to lean on, no audience to impress. There is only you and God, and in that meeting, everything changes. Do you recall how Israel walked through the wilderness? 40 years of learning dependence, 40 years of watching manna fall from heaven, water gush from rocks, and a pillar of fire lead them by night. They were tested not to be destroyed, but to be trained. Their wilderness was their proving ground. So too is yours. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verse 13, "No temptation has overtaken you, Accept what is common to man. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. Chosen. 1. Your wilderness is not unbearable. Your testing is not impossible. God has already measured your strength and made sure the weight placed upon you is one you can carry. More than that, He has promised a way through. The very wilderness you fear will one day be the place you look back on and say, "That is where I met God." But I know the wilderness feels lonely. You wonder, why do people leave when I need them most? Why do those I thought would stay fade into silence? Beloved, it is because the wilderness is designed for separation. Not everyone can walk with you there. Not everyone is meant to hear what God will speak to you in solitude. The wilderness is sacred ground, where heaven whispers secrets to the chosen. In the wilderness, you learn that survival does not come from bread alone, but from every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. In the wilderness, you discover that strength is not the absence of weakness, but the presence of grace. In the wilderness, you realize that you are not sustained by applause, but by presence. Chosen one. This is why the enemy fears your wilderness season, because he knows that if you endure it, you will emerge unshakable. He tried to tempt Jesus in the wilderness, hoping hunger and isolation would break him. Instead, Jesus came out in the power of the Spirit, ready to turn the world upside down. The same will be true of you. The wilderness you endure now will birth the authority you will carry later. Do not despise the dryness. Do not resent the silence. The wilderness is not absence, it is preparation. The God who called you there will not abandon you there. He is shaping your ears to hear Him clearly, your heart to trust Him fully, your spirit to depend on Him completely. Even the wildness of your current battles, the confusion, the unanswered prayers, the endless waiting, all of it is part of the wilderness refining. Your tears are watering seeds. Your struggles are chiseling strength. Your questions are deepening faith. Nothing is wasted. So, here is what I urge you to do. Acknowledge this season. Don't hide from it. Don't wish it away. Lift your voice and declare your faith, even in the wilderness. And to mark that faith, I invite you into a prophetic declaration right here, right now. Comment, "I choose my crown." Why this phrase? Because the wilderness is where crowns are forged. Every king, every prophet, every chosen one has had to endure the stripping process before the crowning moment. By declaring, "I choose my crown," you are telling heaven and hell alike that though the wilderness is hard, you will not abandon it. You will endure, because you know what lies ahead. Let your declaration silence the lies of the enemy. Let it remind your own soul that this pain is not permanent. This silence is not the end. This testing is not forever. The crown awaits. And your perseverance in the wilderness is what qualifies you to wear it. Chosen one, let me speak directly into your heart. You will not die in the wilderness. You will not be abandoned there. You will not be consumed by it. The same Spirit that led you into it will lead you out. And when you step out, you will carry fresh fire, unshakable faith, and authority you could not have carried without this season. This is why you must endure. Do not give up. Do not faint. Hold fast, even when strength feels gone. For the God who sustained Israel with manna will sustain you. The God who gave water from the rock will refresh you. The God who raised Jesus from the grave will not leave you buried in despair. The wilderness is real, but so is the promise. The struggle is sharp, but so is the reward. The silence is heavy, but so is the voice that will break through it. Your wilderness is not your grave, it is your birthing room. And soon, you will emerge not only alive, but transformed. Chosen one, let this sink deep. You are in the wilderness, but you are not lost. You are in the fire, but you are not consumed. You are in the waiting, but you are not forgotten. The crown is being prepared even now, and every step you take in this wilderness is shaping you to wear it well. So walk on, endure, trust, and declare boldly, I choose my crown. Law, chosen one. You have been asking, why the fires of trial seem unending? Why does life feel like a furnace, where the heat rises and everything familiar begins to melt away? Hear this truth. You are in the furnace of refining. It is not meant to destroy you, it is meant to purify you. The gold inside you is too precious to be left mixed with impurities. And so, the fire comes. Fire reveals what comfort conceals. When everything is easy, you may not notice the hidden fears, the silent doubts, the subtle compromises buried deep inside. But the fire exposes them, burns them, and leaves only what is pure. It is not punishment, it is transformation. You may cry out, God, why this heat? Why this season of loss? Betrayal. To struggle, beloved. The fire is not evidence of abandonment. It is proof of his closeness. For he does not leave gold unattended in the fire. He watches carefully, ensuring that it is never consumed, but only refined. It was proclaimed in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire, tests and purifies gold. Faith, more precious than gold. Do you see it? Your faith is not being destroyed. It is being proven. Your endurance is not meaningless. It is being strengthened. The fire does not define you. It reveals you. And what it reveals is precious in the sight of God. Think of Daniel's friends in Babylon. The furnace was 7 times hotter. But instead of consuming them, it became the place where Jesus himself walked with them. The fire you are enduring is not empty suffering. It is the setting where his presence becomes undeniable. Many only know God in blessings, but you are chosen to know him in fire. And once you encounter him there, your testimony becomes unshakable. Chosen one, I know the refining feels unbearable. I know the tears have flowed longer than you ever thought possible. But remember this, every flame is purposeful. Nothing you endure is wasted. Even the betrayals that cut deep are fuel for transformation. Even the disappointments that shattered your plans are shaping your character. Every ember burns away what cannot last and leaves behind only what is eternal. And here, I want to pause, not just to encourage you, but to connect with you. These words are not random. They are crafted so that as you walk through the fire, you do not feel alone. If you find strength in them, if you recognize your own story in them, I ask you, let them travel further. Share them. So another weary heart finds courage. Like them. So they rise above the noise of empty words and reach those who need truth. And yes, subscribe, so that you remain connected to a stream of reminders that will sustain you in seasons yet to come. This is not about numbers or recognition. It is about obedience. It is about creating a river of encouragement that flows to every dry soul. You may not realize it, but your act of sharing could rescue someone on the edge of surrender. Your simple decision to stay connected could be the lifeline you need in the days when the fire intensifies. Do not underestimate small acts. They ripple into eternity. Chosen one. Take comfort in this. The furnace is temporary. The fire does not last forever. Gold is not left in flames indefinitely. It is removed at the precise moment when impurities are gone. The same is true for you. God will not keep you in this season one moment longer than necessary. And when you emerge, you will not be the same. You will carry a radiance that no trial can dim, a strength that no storm can shake, a testimony that no skeptic can deny. This refining is preparing you for what others cannot carry. The greater the calling, the hotter the fire, and your fire is proof of your calling's weight. Do not despise it. Embrace it as evidence that you are trusted by heaven with treasures beyond measure. When you emerge, you will not only carry glory for yourself, you will become a vessel of encouragement for others still in their furnace. You will walk into rooms, and your very presence will whisper, "I survived the fire." And so will you. Your scars will become sermons. Your endurance will become someone else's lifeline. Your faith, tested and proven, will ignite faith in others. Beloved, this is why you cannot quit now. The fire may roar, but it cannot consume you. The flames may rise, but they cannot touch your true essence. Like gold, you will shine brighter after the fire than before it. So walk forward with courage. Embrace the refining, knowing that you are not abandoned. The fire surrounds you, but the presence of God is within you. The trial feels heavy, but the glory it produces will outweigh it all. Your furnace is temporary, but your crown is eternal. And so, chosen one, lift your head. Do not fear the flames. Let them burn what must be burned. But know this, they cannot burn what you truly are. You are chosen, you are marked, you are destined, and you will emerge radiant. Section 11. Chosen one. Have you noticed how certain patterns in your life seem more than coincidence? Strange dreams that linger long after you wake. Sudden signs that appear at just the right moment. Whispers in your spirit that echo louder than the noise of the world. These are not accidents. They are prophetic signals, woven into your journey by heaven itself. Prophetic dreams are not ordinary dreams. They may come in images that feel symbolic, in encounters that feel more real than reality, or in messages that carry weight far beyond sleep. You may have dismissed them, thinking, it was just a dream. But chosen one, not every dream is random. Some are letters from heaven, delivered at night when your soul is quiet enough to listen. We find in the book of Job, chapter 33, verses 14 to 15, "For God does speak now one way, now another, though no one perceives it. In a dream, in a vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on people as they slumber in their beds, this truth should stir your spirit. God speaks, often in ways you do not expect. When your waking hours are too busy, He comes in dreams. When your mind is cluttered with noise, He breaks through with signs. When your spirit is weary, He refreshes you with visions of what is to come. Think back. How many times did you dream something that later unfolded in reality? How many times did you sense something before it was revealed? These were not coincidences, they were confirmations. Heaven was whispering, guiding, warning, preparing, chosen one. Prophetic signs also appear in your waking life. Perhaps a phrase repeats in unexpected places. Perhaps a number catches your eye again and again. Perhaps an encounter with a stranger delivers words that pierce your heart as if spoken directly by God. These signs are gentle nudges, reminders that you are not wandering blind, but being guided step by step. Do not be quick to dismiss what feels unusual. Pay attention. Discern. Ask the Spirit, what are you saying in this? Because prophetic communication is rarely about the surface. It is about the meaning beneath. Dreams, signs, and impressions are invitations to conversation with God, not conclusions in themselves. Consider Joseph, the dreamer of Genesis. His dreams were strange, filled with imagery of stars bowing and sheaves of grain rising. He did not understand them fully, but they were prophetic glimpses of his future. Though his brothers mocked him and his path seemed to lead away from the promise, every detail unfolded exactly as God had revealed. What was once mocked became undeniable proof of divine orchestration. So too with you. What you have seen in dreams, what you have noticed in signs, may not make sense now, but time will reveal the wisdom behind them. You are being shown pieces of a puzzle far bigger than your current moment. Chosen one. Prophetic signs are not given for entertainment. They are given for guidance. They are anchors in seasons of doubt. Confirmations when choices weigh heavy. Warnings when danger lurks near. They are heaven's way of saying, I am with you. I am speaking. I am leading. But beware, discernment is required. Not every dream is divine. Not every sign is holy. The enemy also mimics. This is why intimacy with God is crucial. The closer you walk with Him, the clearer His voice becomes. The purer your heart, the easier it is to distinguish His whispers from counterfeits. This is why prayer, scripture, and stillness are essential. They tune your spirit to the true frequency of heaven. Chosen one. Let me tell you plainly, you are not imagining things. Those strange encounters, those repeated impressions, those vivid dreams, they are not random. They are reminders that you are chosen, guided, and marked. Heaven has been speaking. Your task is to listen. Do not grow weary if you do not yet understand. Interpretation often comes later. Sometimes God plants a seed of revelation in your spirit long before the fruit is ready to be seen. Trust that what is unclear now will one day be obvious. Trust that what confuses you now will one day make perfect sense. And remember, God is not only speaking to you for your sake. Some of the visions you receive are for others. Some of the words you hear are meant to encourage, warn, or strengthen those around you. The chosen are not just recipients, they are messengers. What flows into you must often flow out of you. Do not hoard the revelation. Share it when prompted. Speak it when Spirit leads. For your obedience may be the difference between despair and hope for another soul. Chosen one. You are being trained to see differently, to hear differently, to sense differently. This is why the world calls you too sensitive. But sensitivity in the Spirit is strength, not weakness. It is the gift of discernment. It is the ability to recognize when heaven is near, when danger is approaching, when a shift is happening in the unseen realm. So value your dreams. Record them. Pray over them. Seek wisdom for their meaning. Treasure the signs. But do not worship them. Let them point you to the one who sent them. And above all, remain humble. Revelation is not given to inflate pride, but to deepen dependence. One day, chosen one, you will look back on the patterns of dreams and signs and see how perfectly they aligned. What felt fragmented will reveal itself as a tapestry. What seemed strange will shine with clarity. You will realize you were never walking blind. Every step was guided. Every whisper was intentional. Every sign was proof that heaven has always been near. So lift your head. Pay attention. Listen closely. For prophetic dreams and signs are not distant mysteries reserved for others. They are part of your journey, part of your calling, part of your identity as one chosen to walk closely with God. Section 12. Chosen One. The mercy of God is vast, but it is not something to trifle with. You have felt the tugging of His Spirit, the whispers that warned you, the gentle hand that pulled you back from decisions that could have destroyed you. Yet the truth must be spoken. You are always one rebellion away from blindness. When you persist in ignoring His voice, when you delay obedience again and again, the heart begins to harden and the light begins to fade. This is why the Spirit presses so strongly upon you now. Heaven is saying, do not resist. Do not delay. Do not turn away. Mercy is reaching, but mercy will not always plead forever. Grace is calling, but grace cannot be taken lightly. The chosen are held to a higher standard because their lives carry greater weight. You are not like the rest. You cannot live like the rest. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, in the book of Hebrews, chapter 10, verse 26, if we deliberately keep on sinning after we have received the knowledge of the truth, no sacrifice for sins is left. These words are sobering, yet they are filled with urgency and love. They are not written to push you into despair, but to awaken you. Do you hear them echoing in your spirit? Do you feel the seriousness of this moment? The chosen cannot afford to toy with rebellion. Every act of defiance pulls you further from light and deeper into shadow. Chosen one. The path of rebellion does not begin with grand decisions. It begins with small compromises. A delay here, a dismissal there, a whisper ignored, a conviction brushed aside. Step by step, rebellion grows until the heart is numb. That is why the Spirit shouts when you hesitate. That is why conviction feels so sharp. It is heaven's emergency brake, pulling you back before blindness sets in. Do not despise conviction. It is not condemnation. It is proof that God still loves you enough to warn you. The most dangerous state is not when you feel guilty. It is when you feel nothing at all. The silence of conviction is the sound of a hardened heart. But you, chosen one, are not hardened yet. You still feel the tug. You still hear the voice. You still know when God is speaking. That is your hope. Yet hope demands response. To ignore conviction is to silence the very voice that saves you. To delay obedience is to gamble with eternity. The Spirit says, today, not tomorrow, not later. Today, heaven has opened this window of mercy, and you must step through it. This is why I call you now to respond, not with silence, not with delay, but with faith. Declare it openly. Seal it with a prophetic act. Type the number 555 inches The comments. Why 555? Because it is the number of grace multiplied. Grace upon grace upon grace. By writing it, you are declaring, I choose mercy. I choose obedience. I choose to walk away from rebellion. It is not a game. It is not superstition. It is alignment. It is agreement with heaven's voice. Chosen one. When you type 555, you are saying, I hear you, Lord. And I respond, you are breaking the cycle of delay. You are telling the enemy, I will not rebel. I will not ignore. I will not harden my heart. You are marking this moment as a turning point. Beloved, do not underestimate this. There are times when a single act of faith shifts everything. One step of obedience can open doors closed for years. One surrender can break chains carried for generations. One decision can rewrite the story not just for you, but for those connected to you. Your yes in this moment has ripple effects beyond what you can imagine. But hear me also with clarity. This is not about perfection. God is not calling you to flawless living. He is calling you to surrendered living. The chosen stumble, but they do not stay down. The chosen fall, but they rise quickly. The chosen make mistakes, but they repent without delay. That is the difference. That is what keeps your heart tender. Chosen one. Let the seriousness of this word steady your soul. Do not play with rebellion. Do not delay obedience. Do not harden your heart. You are chosen. And with that calling comes responsibility. Heaven's eyes are on you. The angels watch. The Spirit intercedes. The Father waits for your reply. Even now, as you hear these words, you feel the tug of decision. That is not coincidence. That is not human persuasion. That is the Spirit of God calling you home. Answer Him. Say yes. Respond with faith. Do not silence the voice that has carried you this far. And when you do, when you respond with 555, when you surrender afresh, when you say yes to obedience, you will feel the weight lift. You will feel the clarity return. You will feel the fire in your spirit burn brighter. For rebellion dims the flame, but obedience fans it into roaring fire. Chosen one. This is your chance. This is your moment. Heaven has paused everything else so you could hear this warning. Do not let it pass. Do not gamble with delay. Respond. Obey. Choose life. Section 13. Chosen one. There is a sound that breaks through the silence of the night. A voice that echoes louder than every distraction, every fear, and every doubt. It is the midnight cry. You have felt it before, the sudden stirring that wakes you from sleep. The weight that sits on your chest as if the heavens themselves are calling your name. The awareness that though the world around you slumbers, your spirit is wide awake. The midnight cry is not an accident. It is heaven's alarm clock, set for the precise moment when your destiny must be stirred. In ancient times, watchmen would blow the trumpet in the middle of the night to warn the city of approaching danger or to announce the changing of the guard. In the same way, God is sounding a cry in your spirit to warn, to awaken, and to announce that your season is shifting. Do not despise the hour of interruption. When sleep is broken and your mind wonders why, it is often the Spirit of God inviting you into deeper communion. The silence of midnight is fertile ground for revelation. Distractions fade, and your soul becomes sensitive. Heaven chooses that hour because it knows you are finally still enough to hear clearly. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 63, verse 6. On my bed I remember you. I think of you through the watches of the night. David understood this mystery. In the night hours, when others slept, he meditated on God. The watches of the night became holy moments of intimacy. He did not resent the interruptions. He welcomed them as invitations. And you, chosen one, are being invited into the same rhythm. The midnight cry is not just about prayer, it is about preparation. Just as the virgins in the parable of Matthew 25 were awakened by a cry at midnight announcing the arrival of the bridegroom, so too are you being awakened to prepare for what is coming. Some will slumber through it, unready when the moment arrives. But the chosen cannot afford to miss the hour of visitation. Think carefully. How many times have you woken with urgency, sensing something beyond the natural? How many times have you felt compelled to pray for someone out of nowhere? How many times has peace or warning washed over you without explanation? These are echoes of the midnight cry. They are signs that your spirit is in tune with eternity, catching signals others ignore. Chosen one. The midnight cry often comes before breakthrough. It is the labor before birthing, the stirring before manifestation. Just as contractions come strongest in the dark before dawn, so too does destiny often intensify in the midnight hour. The darkness may feel suffocating, but it is only a backdrop for the light that is about to break forth. Do not mistake the midnight cry for burden alone. It is also invitation. It calls you not only to intercede, but also to receive. In those quiet hours, when the veil between heaven and earth feels thin, revelations flow freely. Insights are given. Directions are whispered. Strength is imparted. The cry is not simply, "Wake up," but, "Come up higher. See what I will show you." And yet, the midnight cry also carries urgency. It warns that delay is dangerous. It reminds you that time is precious. It urges you to oil your lamp, to trim your wick, to prepare for the journey ahead. Those who ignore it risk being unprepared when doors open, when opportunities arise, when destiny demands action. Chosen one. You are not ordinary. Your ears have been tuned to hear what others miss. That is why your sleep is sometimes interrupted. That is why your heart sometimes races without cause. That is why your spirit sometimes feels heavy, even when your day was light. The cry of heaven is awakening you to stand as a watchman, to intercede for others, to align yourself with God's timing. This awakening may feel inconvenient, but it is holy. It is evidence that you are trusted. God does not disturb those who have no role to play. He disturbs the chosen because their prayers carry weight. Their obedience shifts atmospheres. Their awareness saves lives. When you rise to respond to the midnight cry, you are participating in divine strategy. Beloved, the midnight cry is also deeply personal. It is God's way of drawing near in intimacy. Imagine the creator of the universe pausing all of creation just to whisper to you in the quiet of night. Imagine him reaching across eternity to place his hand on your heart and say, "Wake up, beloved. I want to speak with you." That is not burden, it is honor. You are treasured enough to be awakened, but there is more. The midnight cry does not only prepare you, it signals to the enemy that you are awake. Darkness thrives when you sleep spiritually. but trembles when you rise in awareness. Every time you respond to the midnight cry, you frustrate the strategies of hell. Every prayer whispered in the dark is a blow against unseen forces. Every yes to God in that moment is warfare that shifts outcomes you may never fully know. Chosen one, honor the midnight cry. Keep a journal by your bed. Record the impressions you receive, the dreams that linger, the words that stir your heart. Pray in those moments. Even if briefly, let the Spirit guide your intercession. Sometimes it will be for your future. Sometimes it will be for another soul. Sometimes it will be for battles unfolding in the unseen. Whatever it is, your response matters. The midnight cry may leave you weary in body, but it will strengthen your spirit. And in time, you will see the fruit. You will see how prayers whispered half asleep became shields for loved ones. You will see how declarations made in the dark prepared the way for breakthrough in the light. You will see how obedience in small hours shaped destinies in large ways. So, chosen one, do not despise the midnight cry. Do not ignore it as mere restlessness. Recognize it as the call of heaven, the sound of destiny, the trumpet of awakening. Rise when you hear it. Listen when it comes. Respond with faith, for the cry is not to harm you, but to prepare you. It is the voice of love, ensuring you are ready for what lies ahead. And remember this, the midnight cry is not forever. It is for a season. When its purpose is fulfilled, your rest will return. Until then, embrace it as proof that you are trusted, loved, and chosen to stand awake while others sleep. Section 14. Chosen one. Every warrior must know their armor. Every soldier called into battle must be equipped not only with strength, but also with weapons fit for the fight. You have been chosen not to live passively, but to stand actively in the midst of conflict. That is why the Spirit is teaching you about the armor of the chosen. The battles you face are not flesh and blood. They are not merely arguments with people, disappointments at work, or conflicts within your home. Beneath every visible struggle is an invisible war. Forces of darkness maneuver quietly, seeking to weaken your spirit, distract your focus, and drain your courage. But God has not left you defenseless. He has clothed you with divine power. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 11, "Put on the full armor of God, so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes." Notice the command. It is not optional. The armor is essential. Without it, you stand exposed. With it, you stand unshakable. This armor is not crafted of iron or steel. It is forged in the Spirit. Each piece carries divine significance, and each part works together to make you immovable in the face of darkness. The belt of truth is first. It wraps around your core, holding everything else together. Without truth, nothing fits securely. Lies will loosen your stance. Deception will weaken your steps. But when truth encircles you, you walk with stability. Chosen one, guard your belt. Hold tightly to the Word of God. Let it define reality, not the shifting voices of culture or the deceits of the enemy. Next is the breastplate of righteousness. It covers your heart, protecting the place where life flows. The enemy aims his arrows at your heart: accusations, guilt, shame, condemnation. But righteousness deflects them, not your own righteousness. which falters, but the righteousness of Christ, which is flawless. When you wear this breastplate, you are guarded, not by your goodness, but by His perfection. Your feet must be fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. This is your stability and mobility. Peace anchors you so you do not stumble in chaos. But it also propels you forward so you can carry light into darkness. Many underestimate the power of peace. But chosen one, peace is a weapon. Where peace reigns, fear loses ground. Where peace walks, the enemy trembles. Above all, take up the shield of faith. It is large, wide, covering more than just you. It covers those beside you. Faith is your defense against flaming arrows of doubt, despair, and distraction. The enemy will hurl lies at your mind. But when your shield is raised, they cannot penetrate. Faith does not deny reality. It declares that God's word is greater than reality. Lift it daily, and your defense will never fail. The helmet of salvation crowns your head. This is protection for your mind, your thoughts, your identity. Without the helmet, the battlefield of the mind becomes vulnerable. But salvation secures your assurance. It whispers, you belong to Him. You are redeemed. You are safe. With this helmet, every lie of abandonment shatters. Every whisper of worthlessness silences. Every fear of defeat dissolves. Finally, take up the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. Unlike the other pieces, this is both defensive and offensive. With it, you do not merely withstand attacks, you strike back. Jesus Himself used this weapon in the wilderness, declaring, "It is written," and silencing the tempter. So too must you. Memorize the word. Speak it aloud. Let it cut through lies, pierce through deception, and carve out victory in your atmosphere. Chosen one, do you see now why you have survived battles others could not? It is because you were never naked, even when you felt weak. The armor of God covered you. Even when you stumbled, your shield caught the arrows. Even when you doubted, your helmet preserved your identity. You may not have realized it fully, but heaven had clothed you from the beginning. And yet, the Spirit calls you deeper, not just to wear the armor unconsciously, but to put it on intentionally. Each morning, clothe yourself with truth, righteousness, peace, faith, salvation, and the Word. Declare it aloud. Step into it by faith and walk as a fully armed warrior. For the chosen are not victims of warfare, they are victors prepared for it. Do not imagine this armor as cold or heavy. It is radiant, forged in glory, carrying the very essence of heaven. When you walk in it, you shine with divine authority. Demons recognize it. Angels honor it. The spirit realm shifts around it. You may look ordinary to human eyes, but in the unseen, you blaze like fire. This is why the battles have intensified around you. The enemy knows you are armed. Even if you forget it, he fears not your personality, but your armor. He trembles not at your voice, but at the word in your mouth. He flees not from your presence, but from the presence of God that surrounds you. Chosen one, take courage. You are not defenseless. You are not fragile. You are armored by the King himself. And with this armor, you cannot fall. You may feel pressed, but you will not be crushed. You may feel surrounded, but you are never alone. Heaven has clothed you for every battle, and victory is assured. So stand tall, grip your sword, lift your shield, walk with peace, guard your heart, renew your mind, wrap yourself in truth. For you are not merely surviving warfare, you are advancing the kingdom. Section 15, Chosen One. There comes a season when the Spirit Himself begins to separate you. It is not rejection, though it feels like it. It is not abandonment, though it stings like it. It is the season of divine separation, where God removes what cannot walk with you into destiny. You may cry, you may wrestle, you may ask, why must they go? But beloved, destiny demands distinction. You cannot carry everyone into the place God is leading you. This is why friendships you thought would last forever suddenly dissolve. Why circles you felt safe in no longer feel aligned. Why people you trusted slowly drift from your side. Do not misinterpret these separations as failure or loss. They are pruning, and pruning always precedes fruitfulness. The gardener cuts away not to harm the tree, but to prepare it for greater harvest. It is written in the Gospel of John, chapter 15, verse 2, He cuts off every branch in me that bears no fruit, while every branch that does bear fruit, He prunes to be even more fruitful. Chosen One. Pruning feels painful, but it is purposeful. You are not being punished, you are being prepared. God sees the weight of glory you are meant to carry, and He knows what cannot survive in that environment. Some relationships cannot withstand the altitude of your calling. Some habits cannot fit through the narrow gate of destiny. Some attachments are anchors that must be severed if you are to rise. Separation season is also revelation season. You begin to see who is truly for you and who was only present for convenience. When God separates, masks fall, true intention surface, loyalty and betrayal are exposed. And though your heart may ache, your spirit finds clarity. You realize not everyone can go where you are going. And that is not cruelty, it is protection. Think of Abraham. When God called him to a land of promise, He told him to leave behind his country, his people, even his father's household. The call of destiny demanded separation, and only after Lot, his nephew, parted from him, did God show Abraham the full extent of the inheritance. Separation unlocked revelation. The same is true for you. Some visions will not be seen until you release what you were never meant to cling to. Beloved, the loneliness of this season is real. You wonder why you walk a road so few understand. But know this, separation is the mark of the chosen. You are set apart not to diminish you, but to distinguish you. You are not like the rest, because you were never meant to blend with the rest. You carry a different fire, a different burden, a different calling. And here, I want to speak with sincerity. If these words echo your experience, if you recognize yourself in the pruning, in the loneliness, in the shifting of circles, do not walk through it in silence. Let your voice rise in agreement. Comment below with the phrase, I choose my crown. Let this be your declaration that though separation hurts, you will not trade destiny for comfort. Why this phrase? Because separation is always about preparation for the crown. God removes what cannot carry the weight, so you can wear it rightly. When you say, I choose my crown, you are telling heaven and the earth, I choose destiny over distraction. I choose obedience over compromise. I choose future glory over present comfort. Let, and while you declare this, I ask also with humility, if this message strengthens you, help it strengthen others. Share it. For someone else, walking through the ache of separation needs to know they are not abandoned. Like it, so the words rise above the noise of despair in this world. Subscribe, so you remain anchored to words of life when loneliness tempts you to doubt. This is not about building numbers, it is about building faith. It is about ensuring no chosen one walks alone. Chosen one, lift your perspective higher. Separation is not subtraction, it is multiplication in disguise. What feels like loss now will prove to be gain later. The empty spaces will be filled with divine connections. The friendships that remain will be refined into gold. And the weight you shed will make you lighter to soar. Do not resent those who leave. Bless them. Release them. Thank God for the role they played in your story. And then step forward into the new chapter. For clinging to what God is removing only prolongs pain. Release is the doorway to revelation. This season will also sharpen your discernment. You will no longer be quick to attach, quick to trust without testing. You will learn to recognize alignment by spirit, not by appearance. You will know the difference between those who are attracted to your light and those who are committed to your journey. This discernment will guard you in future seasons, ensuring that only what is meant to remain will remain. Chosen one, embrace the pruning. It may cut, but it cuts to heal. It may sting, but it saves. It may wound, but it wounds for fruitfulness. The gardener is wise, and his hand never slips. Every branch he removes is one that would have drained you. Every branch he prunes is one that will make you flourish. So, walk boldly through separation. Let tears fall if they must, but let faith rise higher. Trust the one who removes also restores. And know this, the very crown you long for, the very purpose you were created for, is being made ready in this season. The separation is proof you are close to manifestation, and when the crown is placed upon you, you will look back and say, it was worth it. Every cut, every tear, every lonely night, it was worth it. For nothing compares to the glory of walking in the fullness of destiny, clothed in purpose, crowned with fire, chosen one. There are times in your journey when life feels stalled, when doors remain closed, no matter how much you knock. When opportunities you expected to bloom suddenly wither, you begin to ask, why the delay? Why the silence? Why the endless waiting? Yet what you perceive as setback is often divine orchestration. God's timing is not denial, it is precision. He delays not to frustrate you, but to align you with something greater than you imagined. Think of a seed planted deep in soil, for days, weeks, perhaps even months. Nothing appears above ground. To the casual observer, it looks lifeless. But beneath the surface, roots are forming. Strength is being built. Foundations are being laid. If the seed sprouted too quickly, it would wither at the first wind. Delay is not death, it is preparation for depth. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, declaring, and we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose. Chosen one, The delay you endure is not wasted. Every pause is a piece of the puzzle. Every closed door protects you from premature exposure. Every unanswered prayer shields you from burdens you are not yet ready to carry. The God who called you knows exactly when to release the next step. He is not late. He is deliberate. Consider Joseph again. After dreaming of greatness, he was thrown into a pit, sold into slavery, and imprisoned for years. To human eyes, it looked like endless setbacks, but each delay was positioning him. Had he reached the palace earlier, he would have been unprepared. The timing of his rise was synchronized with famine in the land, so his destiny would not only elevate him, but also preserve nations. What seemed like delay was divine timing. Your life holds the same pattern. What you call waiting, heaven calls weaving. God is weaving threads of purpose, aligning people, places, and events so that when your moment comes, everything fits. Imagine a musician conducting an orchestra. If one instrument enters too soon, the harmony is broken. But when every part comes in at the exact moment, the music is flawless. So too with your life, the conductor is timing every note. Chosen one. Delays are also classrooms. They teach you patience, humility, and resilience. They strip away entitlement and cultivate gratitude. They prepare your character to sustain what your anointing will attract. Many can receive blessing, but not all can carry it without breaking. The waiting season builds muscles strong enough to bear glory. Do not despise the delay. Look at what it is producing in you. Notice how your prayers have deepened, how your discernment has sharpened, how your endurance has stretched. These are not small things. They are treasures forged in the fire of waiting. When the answer comes, you will carry it with maturity, not recklessness. The delay also exposes motives. In waiting, you discover whether you love God for who He is or only for what He gives. When promises seem distant, will you still worship? When doors remain closed, will you still serve? This testing refines your devotion. True love is proven not in abundance, but in lack. And you, chosen one, are learning to love Him deeply, not for reward, but for relationship. Beloved, I know the ache of waiting feels unbearable. The nights stretch long, the prayers feel unanswered, the silence grows heavy. But let me assure you, the silence of God is not absence. It is strategy. Just as an archer pulls back the arrow, holding it taut in tension, before releasing it into perfect flight. So, God pulls you back in seasons of delay to launch you farther than you could ever go on your own. And when the release comes, it will make sense. Suddenly, doors will open effortlessly, opportunities will align without striving. What you wept for will arrive, multiplied. The delay will prove itself worth every tear. You will realize you were never forgotten, you were being prepared. Chosen one. There will be people who seem to overtake you, who appear to advance faster. Do not compare. Their journey is not yours. Some paths bloom quickly, but wither just as fast. Yours is deeper, slower, but destined to endure. You are not in a race with them, you are in alignment with eternity. Trust the timing that is uniquely yours. Even creation teaches this truth. The oak tree takes longer to grow than the flower, but once it stands, it weathers storms. The flower cannot. You are being formed into oak, not grass. Your roots are going deep, so your branches can reach wide. That requires time, patience, and endurance. Do not curse the delay. Bless it. Every pause is protecting you. Every wait is refining you. Every closed door is redirecting you. And one day, when the fullness of time arrives, you will step into a season where the very things you once begged for will meet you at the appointed hour. Chosen one, be at peace. What looks like delay is divine precision. The God who began your story will not abandon it, half-written. He is the author, and he finishes what he starts. Trust the pace. Trust the pauses. Trust the plan. For you are not waiting in vain, you are waiting in purpose. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven lays something heavy upon your shoulders, not as a burden to crush you, but as a mantle to clothe you. A mantle is more than a garment. It is a symbol of divine authority, a visible sign of invisible calling. It carries weight, yes, but also power. When the mantle of authority is placed upon you, you are no longer just walking as an individual, you are carrying representation of heaven itself. From the beginning, mantles have marked the chosen. Elijah's cloak falling upon Elisha was not fabric. It was a transfer of prophetic authority, a calling into greater works. Joseph's coat of many colors was not mere decoration. It symbolized favor that set him apart, even provoking the jealousy that propelled him into destiny. In each case, the mantle was costly, contested, and undeniable. Chosen one. You are being clothed with a fresh mantle in this season. Perhaps you feel the weight of responsibility pressing heavier. Perhaps you notice that words you speak carry more impact. Perhaps you sense that environments shift simply because of your presence. These are signs that a mantle rests upon you. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1, "The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me, because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim freedom for the captives, and release from darkness for the prisoners." This verse is not just historical, it is personal. The same Spirit that anointed Isaiah, the same Spirit that rested on Christ, is the same Spirit clothing you now. The mantle you carry is not for self-promotion, it is for service. It is not for applause, it is for impact. It is not about being seen, it is about carrying power that sets captives free. But let me be honest, mantles are heavy. They demand sacrifice. To wear one is to embrace misunderstanding, to accept rejection, to endure battles others never face. Elijah, though mighty, also felt isolated beneath his mantle. Jeremiah wept under the weight of his. Even Jesus himself, clothed with the Spirit beyond measure, carried a burden so great that sweat fell like drops of blood. The greater the mantle, the greater the cost. Do not resent this cost. Chosen one. It is proof of trust. Heaven does not place mantles on those unwilling to bear weight. It clothes those who can be trusted with responsibility, those who will not break under pressure, those who will not misuse authority for selfish gain. If you feel the heaviness, it is because God believes in your strength to carry it. This mantle also comes with confrontation. When authority rests on you, opposition rises against you. Darkness recognizes what you carry, even when people around you do not. That is why resistance has increased. That is why warfare intensifies. It is not random, it is recognition. The enemy knows your mantle, and he fears what it represents. Chosen. 1. Mantles are not transferable by effort. They are bestowed by God. You cannot earn one through striving, nor can you steal one through ambition. They descend through alignment, obedience, and surrender. The mantle you carry was woven in eternity, chosen for you before you were born. Every trial you endured, every refining fire, every silent battle, these were shaping you to wear it well. Do not compare your mantle to another's. Each one is unique. Some are mantles of intercession, others of leadership, others of prophetic vision, others of compassion and healing. All are vital. All carry weight. All come from the same Spirit. The diversity of mantles creates the harmony of the kingdom. Yours may look different, but it is no less powerful. Chosen one. Authority is not about dominance, it is about stewardship. To carry a mantle is to serve with humility, to lead with compassion, to stand firm in truth without arrogance. It is to be strong yet tender, bold yet surrendered, powerful yet dependent on God. The mantle does not make you greater than others, it makes you more accountable. It demands integrity in secret, purity in motive, and faithfulness in action. Remember also that mantles are generational. Elijah's mantle passed to Elisha, who did twice the works of his predecessor. The authority you carry now is not just for you, it is a seed for those who will come after. Your obedience ensures that others inherit strength. Your surrender opens doors for generations yet unborn. When you wear your mantle rightly, it becomes legacy. But beware, mantles can be laid aside if neglected. Saul wore the crown, but lost the spirit. Samson carried strength, but squandered it in compromise. Authority is not license for recklessness. It is a call to deeper consecration. Chosen one. Guard your mantle. Do not let distraction soil it. Do not let pride tear it. Do not let compromise strip it away. Protect it as treasure, for it is proof of heaven's trust. You may ask, how do I carry this mantle without collapsing beneath its weight? The answer is simple yet profound. You do not carry it alone. The Spirit who placed it on you also strengthens you to bear it. The same God who clothes you with authority walks beside you with comfort. The yoke is heavy, but His presence makes it light. The burden is real, but His grace makes it bearable. Chosen one. Step boldly into this mantle. Do not shrink from it. Do not apologize for it. Do not hide it to make others comfortable. Wear it with humility, but wear it fully. For the world does not need half-lit lamps or hesitant warriors. It needs chosen ones clothed with authority, unashamed to walk in the fullness of their calling. And know this, your mantle is not just for stages or pulpits. It is for everyday life. It rests on you at work, in your home, in conversations with strangers, in moments no one else sees. Authority is not about platform, it is about presence. Wherever you go, the mantle goes with you, releasing light into shadow, peace into chaos, truth into deception. So walk tall. Chosen one. You are not merely surviving, you are clothed. You are not merely existing, you are commissioned. You are not merely human, you are heaven's representative on earth. The mantle upon you is real. It is weighty, and it is unstoppable. Chosen one. Conviction is not your enemy, it is your greatest gift. The fact that you still feel that sharp tug in your spirit, the unease in your chest when you step out of alignment, the heaviness that comes when you drift from obedience, all of this is proof that God has not left you to yourself. Conviction is heaven's mercy in motion. It is the voice of love saying, "Come back. Don't wander too far. Stay near to me." Do not confuse conviction with condemnation. Condemnation shouts, "You are worthless, beyond saving." Conviction whispers, "You are mine, too valuable to lose." Condemnation pushes you away in shame. Conviction draws you closer in love. One silences your hope, the other ignites it. Chosen one. If you feel conviction, rejoice. It means your heart is still tender, your ears still open, your soul still reachable. The ancient words recorded in Revelation, chapter 3, verse 19, declare, "Those whom I love, I rebuke and discipline. So be earnest and repent." Hear the weight of those words. Conviction is not anger, it is love. It is evidence of belonging. A father disciplines the child he cares for, not the stranger. The presence of conviction is the signature of sonship. You are chosen. And because of that, you cannot walk in disobedience without feeling the pull back to holiness. Chosen one. Remember how many times conviction saved you. That sudden unease that stopped you from taking a wrong turn. That nudge that told you not to enter a relationship that would have crushed you. That whisper that urged you to hold your tongue when anger burned. These were not coincidences. They were divine interventions. The Spirit stepping in to shield you from destruction. Conviction is the safeguard of the chosen. Without it, you would wander into traps set to consume you. Without it, you would settle into compromise that slowly corrodes your soul. Conviction may sting, but it saves. It may burn, but it builds. It may humble, but it heals. Do not silence conviction. Do not harden your heart against it. The more you resist, the quieter it becomes, until one day you may no longer feel its tug. That is the most dangerous place, not when you feel convicted, but when you feel nothing. The hardened heart is the true tragedy, for it no longer recognizes the difference between holy and profane, light and shadow, truth and lie. Chosen one. Honor conviction as your compass. When you feel it, stop, listen, ask, "What are you showing me, Lord?" Let it redirect your steps before error becomes disaster. The sooner you respond, the less painful the correction. Delay only deepens the wound. Quick repentance brings quick restoration. Do not despise the tears that conviction brings. They are cleansing streams, washing away pride, loosening shame, softening soil for new growth. Better to weep under conviction than to laugh under deception. Better to bow low now than to crumble later. Better to feel the sting of love than the silence of abandonment. And here, beloved, is where I urge you not only to hear, but to act. This is a holy moment. Heaven has paused to bring this word to you, not to condemn, but to invite. Do not let it pass. Seal your agreement with a prophetic declaration. Type the number 222 inches, the comments. Why 222? Because it represents divine alignment. Double confirmation. and covenant partnership. By writing it, you are saying, I agree with conviction. I will not resist. I choose to realign with heaven's call. It is not just a number, it is your response to the Spirit's whisper. It is you telling God, I hear you, and I obey. End of chosen one. When you type 222, it becomes more than keystrokes. It becomes an altar, a marker of the moment. You chose surrender over rebellion, tenderness over hardness, obedience over delay. The heavens take note, the enemy takes notice, and your own soul feels the shift as you step back into alignment. But understand this too. Conviction does not only call you away from sin, it calls you toward destiny. It not only warns you of danger, but also awakens you to potential. Every no to compromise is a yes to purpose. Every moment of surrender clears the path for greater authority. Conviction is not about restriction, it is about positioning. Consider Peter. He wept bitterly when conviction struck after denying Christ. But that very conviction paved the way for restoration. It turned his shame into strength, his weakness into boldness. Without conviction, Peter would have drowned in despair. With it, he rose to become a rock of the early church. Your story holds the same promise. Conviction may sting now, but it will lead to glory. Chosen one. Let this truth settle deeply. Conviction is the language of love. It is proof that heaven has not abandoned you. It is the sound of chains rattling before they break. It is the whisper of eternity calling you higher. So embrace it. Welcome it. Respond quickly when it comes. Do not see it as weight, see it as gift. For the chosen are not left to wander blind. They are guided, corrected, and drawn closer by the very love that marked them before birth. And now, beloved, as this word reaches its close, I leave you with this assurance: conviction will not crush you. It will save you. It will not shame you. It will restore you. It will not reject you. It will embrace you. You are chosen. And conviction is heaven's proof that you are still being pursued. Chosen one. There have been seasons when silence surrounded you, when prayers seemed to bounce off the ceiling, when your cries for help echoed back empty. You wondered, has God forsaken me? Has heaven turned away? The weight of abandonment pressed against your chest, and loneliness grew louder than faith. Yet the truth, as deep as it is unshakable, must be spoken. You were never forsaken, not once. Silence is not absence. Delay is not neglect. Distance is not abandonment. The God who called you has never taken his eyes off you. Even when you felt most invisible, he was closer than your breath. Even when your tears went unnoticed by people, they were gathered by his hand. Even when your strength faltered, his presence carried you unseen. The Word of God declares in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 31, verse 6, "Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid or terrified because of them. For the Lord your God goes with you. He will never leave you nor forsake you." These words are not poetic comfort. They are covenant promise. God himself binds his name to them. He does not say, "I may not leave you." He says, "I will never leave you." Never means never through storms, through fire, through betrayal, through doubt. Your emotions may rise and fall, but his presence remains. Chosen one. Think back on your life. How many times did disaster nearly overtake you, yet somehow you survived? How many moments did despair whisper, "End it all," yet something inside kept you breathing? How many times did provision appear out of nowhere? Protection shield you in danger, or strength rise when you had none? These were not coincidences. They were proof of his unseen hand. You have been carried more than you realize. If God had forsaken you, the enemy would have devoured you long ago. If heaven had abandoned you, your story would have ended in shadows. The very fact that you are still here, still breathing, still fighting, is evidence that his covenant has held you. Chosen one. Silence is the hardest test. When prayers seem unanswered, doubt claws at your faith. But silence is often the furnace where faith is refined. Faith that relies on constant reassurance is fragile, but faith that clings in silence becomes unbreakable. God trusted you with silence because he knew you could endure it. He knew that in the end, you would discover his presence even there. Do you see the pattern? Israel wandered in wilderness silence for 40 years. Yet manna fell daily, proof that he had not forsaken them. Elijah sat under a broom tree, weary and broken. Yet an angel brought bread and water, proof that heaven was still near. Even Christ on the cross cried, "Why have you forsaken me?" Yet resurrection proved the Father had not abandoned him. Silence is not forsaking, it is set up for revelation. Beloved, you must recognize how valuable you are. The chosen are not spared from trials, but they are never abandoned in them. You may feel pressed, but not crushed, struck down, but not destroyed. Your survival is testimony that his covenant holds, and do not overlook the hidden ways he has been near, the comfort that came from an unexpected word, the kindness of a stranger at the exact moment, the sudden peace that settled on your heart when you were breaking. These were his fingerprints. He does not always roar in fire. Often, he whispers in stillness. The small evidences you thought random were deliberate reminders. I am still here. Chosen one. The lie of abandonment is one of the enemy's sharpest weapons. He wants you to believe you are alone, so you will surrender in despair. But you must expose that lie. You must anchor your soul in truth. You were never forsaken. Every step, every stumble, every scar you walked with unseen company. Angels guarded you. The Spirit strengthened you. The Father watched over you. Even in your rebellion, he remained. Even in your doubt, he stayed. Even in your sin, his mercy hovered. This is the mystery of divine love. It is relentless. It does not retreat when you falter. It presses closer. It does not abandon when you stray. It waits with arms wide open. Chosen one. There is also a reason God allows you to feel the ache of forsakenness. It deepens your compassion. When you encounter others who feel abandoned, you will not speak to them with theory, but with testimony. You will say, I too thought he left me, but I discovered he was closer than I knew. Your scars will become proof that his covenant holds, even in silence. So let the truth settle in your bones. You were never forsaken. The night may have been long, but dawn was always on its way. The valley may have been deep, but his rod and staff guided you through it. The pain may have been sharp, but his love outlasted it. Lift your head. Chosen one. Shake off the lie that you are alone. Heaven surrounds you still. The same God who watched over you yesterday is watching today and will watch tomorrow. His promise is unbreakable. His covenant is eternal. His presence is unshakable. One day, when you look back, you will see clearly what you now only glimpse, that He was with you in every step, every breath, every battle, and you will realize with awe, you were never forsaken. Chosen one. There is a fire that does not burn wood or stone but blazes within words themselves. It is the fire of the Spirit, carried on your tongue, ignited in your mouth. You may not realize it fully yet, but every syllable you speak carries weight in the unseen. You are not just conversing, you are warring. You are not just talking, you are building or tearing down. Your mouth is not ordinary, it is a sword forged in heaven. The apostle reminds us in the book of Hebrews, chapter 4, verse 12, "For the word of God is alive and active, sharper than any double-edged sword. It penetrates even to dividing soul and spirit, joints and marrow. It judges the thoughts and attitudes of the heart." Chosen one. That is what flows through you when you align your words with God's word. You carry a sword sharper than steel, one that pierces through deception, one that shatters strongholds, one that exposes lies. That is why the enemy has worked so hard to silence you, to make you doubt your voice, to convince you that what you say does not matter. He knows the truth, that your words carry fire. And when spoken in faith, they set atmospheres ablaze. Think of the prophets. With words, they shifted nations. With declarations, they dismantled idols. With proclamations, they awakened people from slumber. Jeremiah once said, "God's word was like a fire shut up in his bones," and he could not keep silent. Ezekiel spoke to dry bones, and they rose into an army. Jesus himself commanded storms with his voice and expelled demons with single sentences. Words are not casual. They are carriers of power. So it is with you, chosen one. When you pray, you are not whispering into empty air. You are releasing decrees into eternity. When you declare truth, chains break. When you bless, hearts heal. When you rebuke darkness, it flees. Your sword is your speech, and silence is surrender. Perhaps you have doubted this. Perhaps you thought your words were weak because you did not see immediate results. But chosen one, the unseen realm moves before the seen shifts. Every prayer plants a seed. Every declaration writes a record. Every proclamation sets a process in motion. Do not despise the invisible stage of your words. They are already working, already building, already warring. And here is where I must pause to speak to you sincerely. If you feel the fire of this word, if you know deep within that your voice is meant for more, do not let this truth remain hidden. Share it. For countless others need to be reminded of the sword in their own mouths. Like it. So this message rises above empty noise and lands in the ears of those searching. Subscribe, so you remain connected to words that sharpen your faith and fuel your voice. This is not a casual request. It is a call to build a community of warriors who will not stay silent. Together, our words will become a chorus that shakes the earth. Chosen one, do not waste your weapon on carelessness. Words can heal, but they can also wound. Words can build, but they can also destroy. That is why the Spirit disciplines your speech. He trains you to be slow to anger, ruhig in grace, abundant in blessing. A sword wielded recklessly injures allies, but a sword guided with precision brings victory. Let your mouth be a fountain of life, not death. Even in your private moments, your words matter. When you declare despair over yourself, you cut your own strength. When you speak fear, you open doors to torment. But when you declare truth, even in weakness, heaven backs your voice. Say it trembling, and angels still respond. Whisper it weary, and it still echoes through eternity. The power is not in your volume, it is in your alignment. Chosen one. You must also understand this. Your silence in moments of warfare is dangerous. The enemy thrives in unchallenged atmospheres. When you remain quiet, his lies grow louder. But the moment you open your mouth with the word of God, the lies crumble. Darkness cannot coexist with declaration. That is why you must never let intimidation seal your lips. Speak even when afraid. Declare even when uncertain. Proclaim even when tired. Your voice is weapon, and heaven has armed you with it. There will be times when the Spirit urges you to speak into the lives of others. Do not hold back. Your simple words may be the key that unlocks someone else's prison. A phrase, a prayer, a declaration small in your eyes, but mighty in theirs. Never underestimate the ripple effect of Spirit-led speech. Beloved, your sword must be sharpened daily. Fill your heart with Scripture, so your mouth flows with it naturally. Let worship shape your vocabulary. Let prayer saturate your language. Let faith season every sentence. When the enemy attacks, you will not scramble for words. You will already be armed. Ready. Sharp. A dull sword is useless, but a sharpened one cuts swiftly. Do not forget also that your words shape your future. What you declare consistently builds the world you walk into. Speak faith, and you will see faith. Speak hope, and hope will manifest. Speak despair, and despair will multiply. Your tomorrow often begins in your mouth today. Chosen one, guard your speech, for it is prophecy in motion. So rise, warrior of words. Do not fear the sound of your own voice. Heaven has chosen it as an instrument of fire. You may think you are small, but your words are mighty because they carry the breath of the Almighty. You may feel unseen, but every prayer uttered in secret shakes foundations in the Spirit. You may doubt yourself, but the sword in your mouth is not forged by you, it is forged by God Himself. And when you speak, remember this: you are not speaking alone. The Spirit breathes through your syllables. Angels move at the sound of your declarations. Demons tremble at the authority you release. You are a vessel, chosen and armed, carrying the very sound of heaven into the earth. Chosen one, let this truth anchor you. Your mouth is your weapon. Your words are your fire. Your declarations are your sword. Use them with boldness. Speak with authority. Declare with faith. And watch as the unseen begins to bow to the power of what you release. Chosen one, there is a reason you often sense what others miss. Why your spirit grows restless when something feels off. Why you see warning signs long before they become obvious. It is because you walk with the prophetic edge. This edge is not about titles or positions. It is about perception. It is the sharpening of your spiritual senses so that you may discern, declare, and direct according to heaven's perspective. The prophetic edge cuts through fog, where others see confusion. You see clarity, where others shrug at coincidence. You sense divine alignment, where others ignore the atmosphere. You feel the weight of it pressing on your spirit. This is not imagination, it is spiritual reality. God has sharpened you to see beyond surface, to notice what is unseen, to recognize what is hidden. It is written in the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 7. Surely the sovereign Lord does nothing without revealing his plan to his servants, the prophets. Do you see the weight of that promise? God does not act in silence, he reveals. He whispers. He signals. And while you may not carry the office of a prophet, you carry the sensitivity of the chosen. The prophetic edge rests on you, guiding your steps, sharpening your discernment, warning you when danger lurks, affirming you when you walk rightly. Chosen one. This is why you cannot dismiss what you feel. The unease that rises in your chest when someone's smile hides deceit, that is discernment. The heaviness you sense in certain places, that is atmosphere recognition. The sudden urge to pray for someone without explanation, that is the prophetic stirring. Do not call it overthinking, call it what it is, the Spirit sharpening your edge. And yet, the prophetic edge is not given to make you suspicious or prideful. It is given to make you effective. The insight you receive is not for gossip, but for intercession. The warnings you perceive are not for judgment, but for protection. The revelations you carry are not for boasting, but for building. With every glimpse, heaven grants. Responsibility increases. To whom much is given, much is required. Beloved, the edge can feel heavy. Sometimes you wish you didn't see so much, didn't feel so deeply, didn't know what others ignore. But understand, this edge is proof of your calling. God does not sharpen blades without purpose. He has honed you because you are meant to cut through lies, pierce through deception, and carve paths for others. Think of Samuel. As a boy, he heard the voice others missed. Think of Daniel, who discerned dreams kings could not interpret. Think of Anna, who recognized the Messiah as an infant when countless others passed him by. Each of them walked with prophetic edge, and each of them was placed strategically in their generation. So are you, chosen one. Be faithful with what you see. Record the dreams that linger. Write down the impressions that stir. Guard the visions entrusted to you, even if they make no sense now. One day, they will unfold with clarity. Prophetic insight is often seed planted long before harvest. Do not despise the waiting. Revelation matures in its own time. And here is where I invite you into an act of alignment. If these words stir your spirit, if you recognize that God has sharpened your senses, declare it openly. Comment, I hear you. Just 3 words, but weighty ones. Why? Because they tell heaven that you are not ignoring the whisper, not silencing the nudge, not brushing off the revelation. You are saying, I am listening. I am attentive. I am ready to respond. Do not underestimate that declaration. The enemy thrives when the chosen doubt their discernment, when they call their edge imagination. But when you boldly say, I hear you, you silence lies and affirm truth. You step into agreement with the Spirit. And agreement always unlocks greater clarity. Chosen one, the prophetic edge will also cost you. Not everyone will understand. Some will mock, calling you dramatic. Others will envy, resenting your accuracy. Still others will fear you, because your sight unsettles their comfort. But do not soften your edge to be accepted. A dull blade may be safer, but it is useless. God did not sharpen you to please people. He sharpened you to fulfill destiny. Walk humbly with this gift. Pride will blunt it, but humility will keep it keen. Remain teachable. Remain surrendered. Remain dependent on the Spirit. Remember that the edge does not make you better than others. It makes you more accountable. You are entrusted with vision, not to elevate yourself, but to serve faithfully. And do not be afraid of what you see. Revelation can be heavy, but God never shows you more than you can handle. Every warning comes with grace. Every glimpse comes with purpose. Every insight comes with instruction. You are never left to carry it alone. The one who reveals also strengthens you to steward what is revealed. Chosen one. Sharpen your edge daily. Fill yourself with the word, for it calibrates your discernment. Saturate yourself in prayer, for it keeps your spirit sensitive. Surround yourself with wise voices, for they help test what you perceive. A sword must be maintained, or it rusts. Likewise, your prophetic edge must be kept sharp, or it dulls in distraction. The day will come when you will look back and realize how many dangers you avoided, how many traps you escaped, how many victories you secured because you listened, because you saw, because you carried the prophetic edge. Others will wonder how you always seemed prepared, how you walked with such clarity, how you knew what they missed. And you will know it was not you. It was the Spirit sharpening, guiding, and speaking all along. So, embrace this gift. Do not doubt it. Do not despise it. Do not dull it. You were chosen to see, to hear, to discern, and with that edge, you will carve paths of light in places thick with shadow. Chosen one. There is something sacred about the way God chooses to place His presence upon His people. It is not a fleeting touch or a momentary spark. It is glory that rests, abides, and transforms. You, beloved, are a carrier of that glory. The world may not always recognize it, but the unseen realm does. Wherever you go, atmospheres shift because heaven's light moves with you. Carrying glory is not about dazzling appearances or dramatic moments. It is often quiet, subtle, and hidden. Glory rests on the chosen in ways that transform them first before it flows outward. It sanctifies thought patterns, purifies motives, rechappe désir. It does not simply clothe you with power, it fills you with the weight of God's holiness. That weight can be heavy, but it is holy. It is written in the book of Isaiah, chapter 60, verse 1, Arise, shine, for your light has come, and the glory of the Lord rises upon you. Chosen one. These words are not distant. They are for you. Glory is not only for prophets of old or apostles of long ago. Glory is for every child of God who has been set apart, and you are one of them. The same Spirit that descended on Sinai, the same glory that filled Solomon's temple, the same fire that rested on the disciples at Pentecost, it rests on you. But let us be clear, glory is costly. It will not rest on casual hearts or distracted souls. It settles where surrender is deep. It abides where purity is pursued. It dwells where hunger burns. That is why your path has been difficult. Why your refining has been severe, because God has been preparing you to carry glory without being destroyed by it. Glory is not just light, it is weight. When Moses encountered it, his face shone so brightly that people could not look at him directly. When Isaiah glimpsed it, he cried out in awareness of his own unworthiness. When John beheld it in vision, he fell as though dead. Glory humbles, because it reveals the vastness of God in contrast to our smallness. Yet in that humbling, it lifts you into greater strength, greater courage, greater purpose. Chosen one. Carrying glory means you are never ordinary. Even in mundane places, you are marked. Even in quiet tasks, you radiate. Others may not always articulate it, but they feel it. Some will be drawn to you, sensing peace and safety they cannot explain. Others will avoid you, unsettled by a light that exposes what they would rather hide. Both responses confirm the truth. You are a carrier of glory. And this glory is not for display, it is for transformation. When glory rests on you, broken hearts heal in your presence. Not because of you, but because of who you carry. When glory flows through you, atmospheres of fear shift into peace, despair into hope, confusion into clarity. You do not need to shout for it to happen. Sometimes your silence carries more power than the loudest voice, because glory speaks louder than words. Beloved, carrying glory also attracts warfare. The enemy despises light, and those who carry glory become prime targets. That is why resistance has intensified around you. It is not because you are weak, but because you are radiant. Darkness always rallies against light, but it cannot extinguish it. Your glow may be tested, but it will not be snuffed out. There will be days when carrying glory feels like loneliness. People may misunderstand you, thinking you are aloof or distant, when in truth, you are simply walking with a weight they cannot comprehend. But do not let loneliness deceive you into thinking you are abandoned. Glory never leaves you alone. The very presence of God abides, and that companionship outweighs any human absence. Chosen one, you must learn to steward this glory wisely. It cannot be manipulated for selfish gain. It cannot be used as a tool for pride. It must be guarded in humility, released in obedience, and treasured in reverence. The moment you see it as yours, it begins to fade. But when you remember it is His, entrusted to you, it increases. Think of the lamp that carries fire. The lamp itself is clay, fragile, ordinary. But when oil fills it and flame rests upon it, the lamp becomes light to all who see. You are that lamp, clay in yourself, but radiant when filled with His Spirit. The glory you carry is the flame, and your task is to keep oil in your vessel through prayer, worship, and surrender. Glory also reshapes your identity. The world may have called you broken, overlooked, insignificant, but glory declares you chosen, treasured, radiant. It shifts how you see yourself, teaching you that you are not defined by wounds, but by the one who dwells within. It anchors you in dignity that cannot be stolen, in confidence that cannot be shaken. And chosen one, carrying glory is never just for you. It spills into every sphere you enter. Families are touched. Workplaces shift. Strangers feel peace in your presence. Without trying, you become a living testimony that God is real. Your life becomes sermon. Your actions become altar. Your presence becomes evidence of heaven on earth. The day will come when you will see the full measure of this. You will realize how many lives were changed simply because you carried glory into their space. You will hear stories of hope rekindled, of despair lifted, of faith sparked, all because you walked faithfully as a vessel. And you will know the weight you carried was worth it. So, chosen one, do not despise the cost. Do not fear the weight. Do not doubt the radiance. You are a carrier of glory, marked by light, filled with fire, clothed in presence, and wherever you go, heaven goes with you. Chosen one. There is a rhythm to your journey that cannot be understood by human calculation. Others may measure life in deadlines, calendars, and clocks. But you walk according to a different order, the divine calendar of God. Every step you take, every season you endure, every door that opens or remains shut is woven into timing that is higher, wiser, and more intentional than your own. This divine timing is often difficult to perceive. It rarely aligns with human expectation. You want things now, but heaven says, not yet. You expect breakthrough in one direction, but heaven redirects you another way. You prepare for immediate results, but God is building foundations that require patience, and though frustration rises in delay, trust must anchor you in truth. His timing is flawless. Scripture says in the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1, there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. This truth stretches across creation. The earth itself testifies seeds do not bear fruit the day they are planted. Rivers do not carve valleys in an instant. Mountains are not shaped in moments, but in ages. If creation itself bows to divine timing, how much more should your heart rest in it? Chosen one. You are not behind schedule. Do not believe the lie that you have missed your chance. What looks like delay is often alignment. What feels like detour is preparation. The reason God has not opened certain doors yet is because walking through them too soon would crush you. He is not punishing you with waiting, He is protecting you with timing. Consider David. He was anointed king as a boy, yet he did not take the throne until years later. Between anointing and coronation came seasons of hiding, of fleeing, of waiting. To human eyes, it looked like wasted years. To heaven, it was training ground. When the throne finally came, David carried not just oil on his head, but maturity in his spirit. His reign was strong because his waiting was long. So too with you. You may feel the oil of promise, but not yet see the throne of fulfillment. Do not despair. This in-between space is not meaningless. It is molding you. It is building strength, humility, and wisdom, so that when the door opens, you step through not as a novice, but as one ready to carry weight. Chosen one. The pressure of comparison can be deadly in this season. You watch others rise quickly, achieve much, appear ahead of you, but their race is not yours. Their path is not aligned with your calendar. The oak and the rose bloom at different paces, but both are beautiful. If you force yourself into their schedule, You miss the uniqueness of your own. Resist the urge to measure your worth by someone else's clock. Heaven's hand is on you, and his timing is uniquely tailored. There is also wisdom in divine delays. Sometimes God withholds what you ask for because you have asked too small. You prayed for provision when he planned abundance. You begged for survival when he designed overflow. Delay does not mean denial. It means the answer is being expanded beyond your imagination. When the fulfillment comes, you will realize the wait was worth it. For what you receive will exceed what you asked. Chosen one, trust requires surrender of control. You must release the illusion that you can dictate timing. Faith does not demand when. Faith rests in who. When you shift from, "Why is it taking so long?" to, "I trust your wisdom," peace flows. You are not called to manage the clock. You are called to follow the caller. And do not forget, some breakthroughs happen suddenly. Seasons may stretch long. But when the appointed hour comes, doors burst open. In an instant, Joseph spent years in prison. But his release to the palace happened in a single day. Israel wandered 40 years. But their crossing into the promised land happened in a single step. Long waiting often precedes swift fulfillment. Your midnight may feel endless, but dawn breaks suddenly. Beloved, learn to discern the signs of shifting seasons. Just as nature signals change, leaves turning, winds shifting, skies darkening, so too does the Spirit whisper when transition approaches. Dreams intensify. Opportunities align. Restlessness stirs. Pay attention. These are signals that the appointed time is near. And even when you cannot perceive it, rest assured. Heaven's calendar has no errors. Every event in your life is measured to the exact heartbeat. Nothing arrives too early. Nothing lingers too late. You may not understand it now, but one day you will look back and see how every delay, every detour, every pause was perfect. Chosen one, let peace settle where impatience once ruled. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, not behind. You are exactly where you are meant to be in this moment. The God who numbers your hairs also numbers your days, and he wastes none of them. So wait with hope, endure with trust, and walk with patience. For the season you long for will come not 1 second too soon, not one heartbeat too late, but in the fullness of God's appointed time. Chosen one, the battle you are facing right now is not just about today. It is bigger than the present struggle, heavier than the visible weight. This is generational warfare. You are standing in the middle of a conflict that began long before you were born. And the choices you make now will echo long after you are gone. The patterns that tried to choke your parents, the cycles that crippled your family line, the chains that bound generations before you, these are the very things rising to confront you. But here is the mystery. You are not fighting in vain. You are chosen to be the breaker of chains, the one who interrupts the cycle, the one who says, "It stops with me." What your ancestors endured, what your family could not overcome, is being placed into your hands because you are equipped to break it. Heaven trusts you with this battle because heaven has anointed you for victory. Generational warfare does not merely attack habits, it seeks to suffocate destinies. The very gifts in your bloodline, the callings left dormant, the mantles abandoned, all of them are targets of the enemy's rage. Yet God flips this battle into opportunity. By standing firm, You recover what was lost and release blessings meant to flow through your lineage. Heaven has not left you unequipped for this war. You have been given discernment to recognize cycles, authority to confront them, and spiritual weapons to dismantle them, where others bowed in defeat. You rise in defiance. Where silence once reigned, your prayers thunder. Where despair lingered, your faith shines. You are not repeating history. You are writing a new one. The prophet spoke in the book of Isaiah, chapter 58, verse 12. Your people will rebuild the ancient ruins and will raise up the old foundations. You will be called repairer of broken walls, restorer of streets with dwellings. Do you feel the weight of those words? Repairer, restorer, rebuilder. That is your identity. You are not merely surviving curses, you are reversing them. You are not simply escaping bondage, you are dismantling it. Your obedience, your prayers, your persistence are rebuilding foundations that were broken, restoring paths that were lost, repairing walls that crumbled. Chosen one, generational warfare is real. Look closely, and you will see it. Patterns of addiction running through bloodlines, cycles of poverty repeating across decades, spirits of fear, anger, rejection, or shame passed silently like heirlooms from one generation to the next. These are not coincidences, they are battles left unfinished. And now, they rise against you because you are the one appointed to end them. Do not be afraid of the intensity of your struggle. It only proves the weight of your assignment. If the war feels fiercer for you than it did for others, it is because you are standing at the breaking point. You are closer to victory than those before you, and the enemy knows it. That is why resistance rages. That is why attacks intensify. Darkness fears what will happen when you win. Chosen one, this is not just about you. This is about those who will come after you. Your children, whether natural or spiritual, will inherit freedom or bondage depending on how you fight now. If you surrender, the chains tighten. If you endure, the chains break. Your perseverance is not only saving you, it is saving a lineage. Heaven has chosen you to be the hinge on which your family's history turns. Think of Gideon. He was born into a family bound by idolatry, hiding in fear, living in oppression. Yet, when God called him, he said, "Mighty warrior." Gideon did not see himself that way, but heaven did, and through his obedience, Israel was delivered, and idols were torn down. In the same way, you may feel small, unworthy, inadequate, but heaven sees you as warrior, breaker, restorer, beloved. The breaking of generational cycles is not easy. It demands prayer that pushes through resistance, fasting that weakens strongholds, obedience that severs patterns, worship that shifts atmospheres. It requires you to say no to temptations that entangled those before you, to resist lies that enslaved your bloodline. But every yes to God, every act of surrender, every choice of faith is a strike against the chain. You may wonder why your battles feel heavier than others. It is because you are carrying not only your weight, but also the unfinished fights of your family line. But rejoice, because you are not carrying them alone. The Spirit of God fights with you. Angels surround you. Heaven backs you. You are not just a fighter, you are a victor marked by covenant. Chosen one. Take this moment to declare where you stand. Do not remain silent in the face of generational war. Seal your alignment with heaven by a prophetic act. Type the number 888 inches, the comments. Why 888? Because it represents new beginnings multiplied, the breaking of old cycles and the birthing of new ones. By writing it, you declare, the old ends with me. A new line begins through me. I choose freedom, blessing, and destiny for generations to come. This is not superstition. It is covenant. It is you stepping into your authority as breaker and restorer. When you type 888, you are testifying to heaven and resisting the enemy. You are carving new foundations for your family line. You are saying, no more. The cycle ends here. And heaven responds to such declarations because they align with God's desire for restoration. Chosen one. The battle may rage, but the outcome is certain. The cross has already secured victory, and you are walking it out. Every prayer you whisper shakes foundations. Every tear you cry waters seeds of breakthrough. Every act of faith builds a legacy of freedom. Even when you feel weak, your endurance is writing a story of triumph that generations will thank you for. Do not give up. Do not bow to despair. You are closer to breakthrough than you know. And when it comes, the ripple will be wide. Children will grow without chains you once carried. Homes will flourish in peace where chaos once reigned. Futures will shine with light where darkness once smothered. You are the hinge, chosen one, and your faith is rewriting history. Lift your head in courage. Wipe your tears in strength. The warfare is fierce because the victory is great. The cycle is breaking. The chains are snapping. The ruins are being rebuilt. And you are the restorer chosen for such a time as this. Chosen one. You have walked through valleys, endured the wilderness, survived the furnace, and borne the mantle of responsibility. Every trial has been shaping you, every delay refining you, every silence deepening your roots. And now, you stand at the threshold of greater influence. This is not coincidence. This is not random. This is the unfolding of destiny, the expansion of territory. The moment when your light begins to shine further than ever before. The ancient words recorded in the book of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, declare, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Chosen one. Do you see it? You were never meant to stay hidden. The fire within you was never meant to flicker quietly in the corner. You were designed to radiate, to shine so brightly that others find their way out of darkness through your glow. This is why the enemy tried so hard to dim you. This is why storms came to drown your fire. He feared what would happen when your light reached its appointed place. But here you are, still burning. And because you are still burning, heaven is lifting you higher. You are the city on the hill that cannot be hidden, the lamp that cannot be covered, the chosen one who cannot be silenced. Yet with greater light comes greater reach, and with greater reach comes greater responsibility. You are being called not only to walk faithfully, but to influence courageously. The words you carry are not just for yourself, they are for multitudes. The testimonies you hold are not just personal, they are keys that unlock doors for others. This is why I must pause in the midst of this word and speak plainly. If what you have been receiving has carried you, encouraged you, or awakened something inside you, then Do not keep it to yourself. Like it, so it rises above the noise and reaches others who are desperately searching for truth. Share it, so someone scrolling in despair stumbles into hope. And subscribe, so that you remain connected to this stream of light that flows steadily, reminding you again and again of who you are and what you carry. This is not about vanity, it is about visibility. The more the light spreads, the more the darkness retreats. Chosen one. Remember that influence is not about fame, it is about impact. It is not about how many eyes see you, but how many hearts are touched through you. Some will encounter you directly, others indirectly, but all will feel the ripple of your light. Your obedience creates waves that reach further than you realize. Think of Esther. Her courage in a single moment saved an entire nation. Think of the boy with 5 loaves and 2 fish, his offering, small in his eyes, fed thousands. Think of Paul, writing letters in prison, never imagining they would become scripture, read by generations. Influence is not measured in size, but in obedience. Your yes to God carries influence you cannot calculate. Chosen one. Your reach is growing. Do not fear it. Do not resist it. Embrace it as part of your calling. People are waiting for the sound of your voice, the glow of your presence, the testimony of your survival. You do not need to force it. You simply need to keep shining. When light is authentic, it attracts naturally. But beware. Greater reach also means greater opposition. The enemy will try to twist influence into pride, to corrupt light into spectacle. Guard your motives carefully. Keep your eyes fixed on the one who placed the light in you. Influence rooted in humility remains pure. Influence built on self collapse quickly. You are not here to build your own name. You are here to exalt His. Beloved, as your influence grows, loneliness may also creep in. Not everyone will celebrate your light. Some will envy it. Some will misunderstand it. Some will resist it because it exposes what they would rather keep hidden. Do not let this shake you. Light was never meant to be liked by darkness. Rejection is not failure, it is confirmation. If your glow unsettles, it is proof you are shining rightly. And let me remind you, influence is not only in what you say, but in how you live. Your consistency speaks louder than your declarations. Your integrity shouts louder than your sermons. Your compassion preaches louder than your words. Influence is embodied, not performed. Let your daily walk be as radiant as your declarations, and you will shine without even trying. Chosen one. The expansion you are entering into will feel both exhilarating and stretching. New opportunities will arise. Doors will open, and responsibilities will multiply. Do not shrink back in fear, but also do not rush ahead in presumption. Walk step by step, listening for the Spirit's guidance. Influence not guided by God becomes burden. Influence surrendered to God becomes blessing. Remember also that light is not meant to be hoarded. A lamp hidden under a bowl loses its purpose. Shine openly, generously, freely. Give without fear of running dry. For the source within you is inexhaustible. The more you pour, the more He fills. The more you share, the more you carry. Influence flows strongest through those who refuse to hoard it. Chosen one. Rejoice in this season. The very battles that tried to bury you have only made your light brighter. The very scars you carry now shine as proof of survival. What was once pain now becomes testimony. What was once hidden now becomes platform. What was once silence now becomes song. And as you shine, remember this promise: no darkness can overcome the light. It may resist, it may rage, it may press, but it cannot prevail. Light always wins. And you, chosen one, are a light. Chosen one, have you felt the stirring in your spirit lately, the quiet sense that something is shifting, that you are standing on the edge of a moment bigger than yourself? It is not imagination. It is not coincidence. It is heaven announcing transition. You are crossing from one season to another. And the choices you make now will determine how you step into what is next. Transition is not easy. It pulls you out of the familiar and into the unknown. It demands that you release what once sustained you and trust that new provision awaits ahead. Like Israel leaving Egypt, you feel the tension between past and promise. The past was painful, yet familiar. The promise is glorious, yet uncertain. And here, in the middle, you feel torn. But hear me, beloved, this transition is holy. It is not random, it is orchestrated. God Himself is leading you through it. You are not drifting, you are being guided. The wilderness you walk through is not endless, it is a bridge. And on the other side lies a land flowing with abundance, authority, and fulfillment of what has been spoken over you. Transitions often feel like storms, winds tearing away what you once clung to, rains washing out familiar paths, thunder shaking your confidence. But storms are not only destructive, they are cleansing. They remove what cannot remain and reveal what was hidden. This turbulence is not to destroy you, it is to clear the way for new beginnings. Do not despise the uncertainty. Chosen one, the unknown is where faith breathes deepest. If everything were predictable, trust would not be needed. God allows the fog so that your hand stays in His. The bridge of transition may sway beneath your feet, but His grip does not loosen. Every step forward is proof that promise is greater than fear. It is written in the book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 9, "Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid, do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go." Chosen one. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the choice to obey in spite of fear. Strength is not the absence of weakness, it is surrender to the one whose power is made perfect in weakness. You are not asked to cross this transition alone. The God who parted seas and crumbled walls walks with you still. Transition. Demande décision. What will you carry forward? And what will you leave behind? Some relationships cannot cross with you. Some habits cannot survive the new environment. Some mindsets must die, so new ones can be born. If you try to drag Egypt into Canaan, the weight will crush you. Release what cannot remain. Carry only what aligns with your destiny. Chosen one. Transition seasons are where the enemy often strikes hardest. He knows you are vulnerable. In the in-between, he whispers lies to keep you clinging to the past. He stirs fear to paralyze you from stepping forward. He magnifies uncertainty to drown your faith. But you must resist him. Lift your eyes from the confusion of now to the certainty of promise. The God who called you out will carry you in. Think of Ruth. Transition demanded she leave Moab, her homeland, her comfort. It demanded she walk into a foreign land with only faith to guide her. Yet in that obedience, her destiny unfolded. She entered not only into provision, but into legacy, becoming part of the lineage of Christ. Transition always carries hidden treasures, but only for those willing to step forward. Beloved, let me speak to the tension in your soul. You may feel unready, but heaven says you are prepared. You may feel unequipped, but heaven says you are anointed. You may feel unseen, but heaven says you are marked. Do not measure readiness by comfort. Readiness is marked by obedience. If God says, move, then you are ready, whether you feel it or not. And now, chosen one, I call you into a prophetic declaration. This is not a season to remain silent. This is a moment to put words to your faith, to anchor your heart in truth. So type in the comments, I will obey. Why these 3 words? Because obedience is the key that unlocks transition. Fear cannot hold you if obedience anchors you. Doubt cannot drown you if obedience lifts you. Delay cannot trap you if obedience propels you. When you write, I will obey, you are not only making a statement, you are making a covenant. You are telling God, even if I do not understand, I will step forward. Even if I feel afraid, I will not turn back. Even if it costs me, I will trust you. Oh, this act of declaration matters. It silences the whispers of the enemy. It strengthens your own soul. It invites heaven's agreement. Words carry weight. And these 3 words could be the hinge on which your entire season turns. Chosen one, transitions are not comfortable, but they are necessary. Caterpillars do not remain in cocoons forever. Seeds do not stay underground indefinitely. Pregnancies do not last eternally. Transformation demande transition. You are in the holy in-between, where the old is fading and the new is forming. Do not despise it. Embrace it as proof that you are moving forward. When you step fully into this new season, you will see why the transition was so intense. You will understand why some doors closed, why some people left, why some prayers seemed delayed. It was not rejection, it was redirection. It was not punishment, it was preparation. You were being stripped of what could not cross over so that you could walk freely into what was promised. Chosen one, fix your eyes on the horizon. Do not look back in longing, as Lot's wife did. Do not cling to old Egypt, as Israel often did. Look forward, for the land ahead is good. Look forward, for promises are waiting. Look forward, for your destiny is calling. The river will part, the walls will fall, the giants will bow, because the Lord your God goes with you wherever you go. Chosen one, you must understand that spiritual warfare is not always loud. It is not always dramatic or visible to the eye. Sometimes the fiercest battles are fought in silence, in thoughts that rage inside your mind, in temptations that no one else sees, in weariness that weighs down your spirit when all appears calm on the surface. The invisible war is real, and it surrounds you daily. Invisible battles are often the most exhausting because no one else notices them. Others see you smiling, functioning, appearing strong, while inside your soul wrestles with storms. That hidden struggle can feel lonely. But chosen one, remember this: God sees what no one else sees. He counts every unseen tear, hears every silent cry, and measures every private victory you achieve in the quiet places of your heart. The invisible war also explains why you sometimes wake up heavy for no reason or feel resistance before stepping into something significant. It is not random. It is opposition rising against what you carry. But take courage. Discernment itself is proof of your authority. You cannot fight what you cannot recognize. And the very fact that you sense these battles shows that heaven has sharpened your spirit for triumph, not for defeat. The Apostle Paul reminds us in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 4 to 5, "The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ." This is the essence of the battle. You are not merely wrestling with circumstances, but with unseen forces that seek to cloud your perception, distort your faith, and sever your alignment with truth. Strongholds are not just demonic structures in the air, they are lies believed in the heart. And the enemy knows that if he can control your thoughts, he can control your steps. Chosen one. This is why the battlefield of the mind is so crucial. Every doubt, every whisper of fear, every subtle lie is an arrow aimed at your spirit. Yet you are not defenseless. You have been given weapons forged in heaven: truth, righteousness, peace, faith, salvation, the word, and prayer. These are not abstract ideas. They are living realities that dismantle the schemes of the enemy when wielded rightly. Consider how subtle the battle can be. A thought slips in. You are not enough. Left unchecked, it grows roots, shaping your choices, silencing your courage. Or a whisper comes, God has abandoned you. If entertained, it spreads darkness, dimming your hope. These are not harmless musings, they are attacks. Yet when you confront them with truth, declaring, I am chosen, I am never forsaken, I can do all things through Christ, the arrows shatter, the lies crumble, and light returns. Beloved, the invisible war also manifests in atmosphere. Have you ever walked into a room and felt heaviness without reason, or spoken with someone and sensed unrest beneath their words? That is your spirit discerning the battle. The chosen are sensitive to atmospheres because they are equipped to shift them. You are not called to adapt to darkness. You are called to disrupt it. Your very presence, filled with the Spirit, becomes warfare. Do not underestimate prayer in this invisible war. Prayer is not a ritual, it is a weapon. Every whispered word ascends like incense before God and strikes like lightning in the unseen. Even prayers that feel weak are powerful when backed by faith. The enemy trembles not because of your eloquence, but because heaven responds. When you pray, angles move, chain loosen, and strategies of darkness collapse. Worship too is warfare. When you lift your voice in adoration, even in sorrow, you disarm the enemy. Darkness cannot linger where true worship rises. Praise shifts atmospheres faster than fear can settle. Paul and Silas sang in chains, and prison doors flew open. In the same way, your worship in hardship breaks bars no eye can see. Fasting sharpens this fight further. It is not about impressing God with sacrifice, but about weakening the grip of the flesh and strengthening the awareness of the Spirit. In fasting, distractions fade, clarity increases, and authority deepens. You become more attuned to the strategies of the enemy and more aligned with the whisper of heaven. Chosen. 1. Recognize also that community is part of warfare. Lone soldiers are vulnerable. The enemy seeks to isolate you, to convince you no one understands, to trap you in silence. But when you join hands with others, when you share your struggles, when you pray together, the power multiplies. 1 can chase 1,000, but 2 can put 10,000 to flight. Unity in battle is force. The enemy cannot withstand. Do not fear the invisible war. Though it rages, victory is assured. The cross has already disarmed the powers of darkness. The resurrection has already secured triumph. You fight not for victory, but from victory. Every battle you endure is not proof of defeat, but proof of calling. The enemy does not waste ammunition on those who pose no threat. The intensity of your warfare reveals the weight of your destiny. Chosen one. Remain vigilant. Do not drift into complacency. Guard your mind daily with the word. Surround your atmosphere with worship. Strengthen your spirit through prayer. Stay alert, for the enemy prowls. But also, stay confident, for the Lion of Judah roars louder. You are not weak. Pray, you are armed warrior. And when you feel weary, when the fight feels endless, remember this: you are never alone in battle. The Spirit intercedes for you with groanings too deep for words. Christ himself stands as your advocate, your defender, your shield. Angels encamp around you, fighting on your behalf in realms unseen. You may feel pressed, but heaven's armies stand with you. The invisible war is real, but so is the invisible victory. Every day you rise. Every lie you reject. Every prayer you whisper. Every worship you offer, you are winning ground. You may not always see it, but the unseen realms tremble at your perseverance. Chosen one. Hold fast. Keep fighting. Keep praying. Keep declaring. The battle may be invisible, but the victory will be undeniable. Chosen one. Have you noticed how the storms of life have pressed you, squeezed you, and sometimes nearly drowned you? Yet you are still standing. There is a mystery in this. Storms do not only come to destroy, they also come to reveal. What they strip away is what cannot remain. What they shake loose is what cannot endure. And what survives the storm proves it was built on something eternal. Storms are not accidents. They are tests, refiners, and teachers. They expose foundations. When winds howl and waters rise, the truth of your stability is revealed. If your life is built only on comfort, storms will collapse it. But if it is anchored in the unshakable rock, you will remain. Bruised perhaps, but unbroken. Weary perhaps, but unwavering. The Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verse 25, declares, "The rain came down, the streams rose, and the winds blew and beat against that house, yet it did not fall, because it had its foundation on the rock." Chosen one, you are that house. The reason you are still standing is not because storms spared you, but because your foundation held. The rock beneath you, Christ himself, cannot be moved, cannot be shaken, cannot be eroded. You have faced what should have destroyed you, but you remain because you were never standing on sand. Do not despise the storms. They have taught you endurance. They have revealed who truly walks with you. They have stripped away false securities. They have strengthened your faith. You may not have enjoyed them, but they have formed you. The scars you carry are not signs of defeat, they are badges of survival. Storms also reveal the presence of God in ways calm seas never do. The disciples knew Jesus as teacher and healer, but it was in the storm that they saw him command wind and wave. It is in storms that his authority is unveiled. His nearness felt most deeply. His peace proven stronger than chaos. Without storms, you would never know him as anchor, refuge, or rescuer, chosen one. Storms are also seasonal. No storm lasts forever. Clou pass. Vinsti, rains cease. You may be in the midst of one now, but remember this: dawn always follows night. Calm always follows chaos. Do not measure your future by your present turbulence. What feels endless is temporary. What feels unbearable will soon lift. The same God who allowed the storm will also speak. Peace. Be still. End quote. Yet, storms are not merely endured, they are overcome. You are not called to simply survive waves, but to walk on them. Like Peter stepping out of the boat. Faith invites you to do what logic says is impossible. Storms are not the end of your story, they are the stage for miracles. Without stormy seas, Peter would never have walked on water. Without storms, you would never discover the depths of your own faith. Chosen one. Storms also carry assignments. They often come right before breakthroughs. The fiercer the wind, the closer you are to shore, the greater the resistance, the greater the promise ahead. Storms intensify when destiny draws near because the enemy fears what you are about to step into. If your battle has been raging harder, it is because you are closer than ever. Remember also, storms reveal voices. Some around you will panic, spreading fear. Others will abandon ship. But the chosen learn to discern the one voice that matters, the still, steady, commanding voice of Christ. In storms, tuning your ear to him becomes vital. His whisper can drown out the loudest thunder. His word can steady the most unstable heart. Beloved, storms are not punishment. They are proof that you are chosen for deeper waters. Shallow lives rarely face great storms, but those called to depths must endure them. And in those depths, treasures are found, faith unshakable, courage unyielding, intimacy with God unbreakable. Do not let storms make you bitter, let them make you better. Do not let them silence you, let them sharpen you. Do not let them weaken you, let them reveal the strength already inside you. The chosen are not defined by the absence of storms, but by the way they emerge from them, radiant, purified, unsharpen, chosen one. Look back for a moment. Count the storms you have endured. Each one felt endless, yet each one ended. Each one felt unbearable, yet here you are. Every storm behind you is evidence for every storm ahead. The God who sustained you then will sustain you now. His record is perfect, his faithfulness unbroken. So, do not fear the wind. Do not curse the rain. Do not tremble at the thunder. Lift your eyes above the waves to the one who walks upon them. His hand will not let you drown. His word will not fail you. His presence will not leave you. And when the storm passes, as it surely will, you will not emerge empty. You will rise stronger, wiser, and closer to the heart of God. Others will look at you and marvel, saying, "How did you survive?" And your answer will be simple, "Because I was never alone." And storms will come, chosen one, but so will peace. Winds will blow, but so will blessings. Waves will crash, but so will victories. You are not at the mercy of storms. You are anchored in the mercy of God. Chosen one. There is a mystery in the way God shapes you, not in ease, not in comfort, but in fire. Refining fire is not meant to destroy, but to purify. Not to consume, but to cleanse. Gold is never discovered in its shining form. It lies hidden in rock, mingled with impurities, waiting for the flames to separate what is worthless from what is priceless. So it is with you. You have felt the heat. You have endured seasons where everything seemed to burn away. Relationships, opportunities, securities you thought unshakable. You wondered, why is everything being stripped? Why is life so relentless? Yet chosen one, the fire was not punishment. It was refinement. It was the hand of God removing what could not remain, so that only what is pure might shine forth. Refinement is rarely gentle. It presses you in places that ache. It stretches you where you resist. It uncovers parts of you that you tried to hide. But chosen one, pressure is proof of value. Nobody wastes fire on dust or stone. The flames are reserved for gold. The very fact that you feel the intensity of refining is evidence that you are precious, marked, and destined for use in the Master's hands. Even as fire surrounds you, look carefully. You will see growth emerging, patience you never had before, strength you thought impossible, compassion birthed through your own suffering. These are treasures forged only in heat, without trials. You would not know your endurance without loss. You would not know His faithfulness without stripping. You would not know the richness of His presence. The fire is not stealing from you. It is multiplying what is eternal within you. It is written in the first letter of Peter, chapter 1, verse 7. These trials will show that your faith is genuine. It is being tested as fire tests and purifies gold, though your faith is far more precious than mere gold. So, when your faith remains strong through many trials, it will bring you much praise and glory and honor on the day when Jesus Christ is revealed to the whole world. Do you see it? Your trials are not random, they are testimony. They prove the authenticity of your faith. Anyone can believe when skies are clear, but it is in fire that true faith is revealed. Faith that clings even when everything else is stripped away. And this faith, tested and purified, is precious in heaven's eyes, carrying more value than gold itself. Chosen one. The fire also reveals who you are at the core. Impurities rise to the surface under heat, anger, doubt, pride, fear, and God, in mercy, skims them away. What remains is stronger, purer, unshackable. Without fire, impurities remain hidden. With fire, they are exposed and removed. The very struggles you resented are the processes that refined you. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in Babylon's furnace. The fire was 7 times hotter, yet it did not destroy them. Instead, it burned away the ropes that bound them, leaving them free, walking in the flames with the Son of God by their side. The fire that was meant to consume them became the very place of encounter and liberation. So it is with you. What the enemy sent to destroy you is the very furnace where Christ walks closest, where chains fall off, where freedom is found. Beloved, fire seasons are lonely. Others may not understand. To them, it looks like loss, chaos, even failure. But only you and God know the depth of the refining. Only you feel the intensity of His hand shaping your soul. Do not despise it. Though painful, it is purposeful. Though fierce, it is fruitful. Though heavy, it is holy. Refinement is also preparation. A sword is forged only through heat and hammering. Without fire, it remains a lump of metal, useless. With fire and shaping, it becomes weapon. You are that weapon. God is forging you into an instrument sharp enough to cut through darkness, strong enough to withstand battle, precise enough to fulfill destiny. Every strike, every flame, every shaping has meaning. Chosen one, the fire will not last forever. Just as a goldsmith watches carefully, ensuring the flame does not consume but only purify, so God watches over you. He knows how long you can bear, how hot the fire must be, when to remove you from the furnace. He does not abandon you in the flames. He is the refiner, never distant, always near, His eyes fixed on your formation. And how does a goldsmith know when refinement is complete? When he sees his reflection clearly in the gold. So too with you. God allows the fire until His reflection shines in you, until Christ is formed fully in your character, your words, your actions. Then the fire lessens, and you emerge radiant, chosen one. Remember, refined gold is not only beautiful, it is valuable. It is sought after, treasured, set apart. The fire does not diminish your worth, it reveals it. Every season of heat has been declaring to the unseen realms that you are priceless, tested, and true. You will emerge not weaker, but stronger, not diminished, but radiant, not broken, but whole. Do not fear the flames anymore. Welcome their work. Trust their purpose. You will not be consumed. You will not be abandoned. You will not be destroyed. You will come forth as gold, tested and true, carrying a glow that darkness cannot withstand. And when people look at you, they will marvel. They will ask how you survived, how you shine despite scars, how you carry such peace after storms. And you will answer, not with pride, but with truth. I am gold refined by fire. I am chosen, purified, preserved by God's hand. No. So, chosen one, embrace the refining fire. It may burn, but it also blesses. It may sting, but it also sanctifies. It may strip, but it also strengthens. You are not being destroyed, you are being revealed. And what is being revealed is glorious. Chosen one, the path you have walked has been long, winding, and marked by both glory and grief. You have carried weight that others did not see, fought battles that others could not imagine, and endured refining fires that seemed unending. Yet here you are still standing, still chosen, still radiant with a light that no darkness has been able to extinguish. This final chapter of your journey does not mark an end, but a threshold. You are stepping into a greater unveiling of who you truly are and what you were always meant to carry. The journey has not been gentle, but it has been holy. Every twist in the road, every night of unanswered questions, every silent season was God chiseling away what could not last. He was not punishing you, He was perfecting you. The chosen cannot walk the easy path, for ease never produces endurance. Your scars are sacred. They tell the story of survival, of strength, of divine preservation. What others saw as detours were actually alignments. What you thought were delays were moments of divine orchestration. You were being held back only so you could be launched forward at the right moment. Now, as you step through this threshold, you will see how every seemingly broken piece fits together into a masterpiece of destiny. The waiting was not wasted, it was weaving. And chosen one, the unveiling ahead will not be partial, it will be full. Hidden gifts will rise, dormant dreams will awaken, buried seeds will sprout. What you carry inside will no longer remain in shadow, it will blaze into visibility. This is not the time to shrink back. Heaven has prepared a stage for your light to shine, not for your glory, but for His. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 7, "Those who are victorious will inherit all this, and I will be their God, and they will be my children." This promise is not distant, not reserved only for eternity. It is also for the now, for the life you are living, for the battles you are fighting. To be victorious means to overcome, and you, chosen one, are marked by overcoming. Every scar on your soul is proof of survival. Every tear shed in prayer is seed for harvest. Every step forward is evidence that defeat could not hold you. You are not just surviving history, you are inheriting destiny. Chosen one, you are entering a season of crowns, not the crowns of men, which fade, tarnish, or rust, but crowns of eternal weight, crowns of righteousness, crowns of life, crowns of glory. These crowns are not rewards for perfection, but for perseverance. They are given to those who did not bow to despair, who did not yield to compromise, who did not surrender to darkness. You, beloved, are among them. Yet understand this: crowns are not merely for display. They are symbols of authority. They mark you as one who has endured and now carries the right to reign in the places you were once oppressed. Where you were once attacked, you will now carry dominion. Where you were once bound, you will now walk in freedom. Where you were once silenced, you will now speak with power. The crown is not only for your head, it is for your life. Chosen one, glory awaits you, not only in eternity but here, in the unfolding of your days. What was hidden will be revealed. What was delayed will be released. What was opposed will be overturned. You are stepping into the fullness of time, the moment when seeds long buried finally break through the soil into visible harvest. You may have wondered if the waiting was in vain, but soon you will see it was all building toward this. And do not think this is only for you. Your journey has always been larger than your own life. The light you carry will ignite others. The victories you inherit will become pathways for those who follow. The mantle you bear will rest on shoulders yet to rise. You are part of a chain of destiny, a link in the unbroken story of God's chosen ones across generations. What He has begun in you will ripple far beyond you. Chosen one, the end of one chapter is always the beginning of another. You are crossing into a place where trials will still exist, but no longer define you. Where warfare may still come, but no longer weaken you. Where tears may still fall, but no longer drown you. You will walk in authority, speak in boldness, and live as evidence of divine faithfulness. And when you doubt, because doubt will still whisper, remember the journey behind you. Remember the storms you survived, the fires you endured, the prisons you left behind. Let every memory of deliverance fuel your confidence for what lies ahead. The God who sustained you yesterday is the same God who crowns you today and will carry you tomorrow. His covenant has no expiration, and his promise has no end. Beloved, wear your crown with humility. Authority without surrender becomes arrogance, but authority with surrender becomes glory. Live not to exalt yourself, but to magnify the one who chose you. Let your life shine not as proof of your greatness, but as testimony of his mercy. For every step of your journey has been grace, grace that called you, grace that carried you, grace that crowned you. And when the final day comes, when time itself folds and eternity dawns, you will lay your crown at his feet, not in loss, but in worship. For all that you are, all that you have endured, all that you have inherited, finds its fulfillment in him. Until then, walk boldly, live fully, shine brightly, for you are chosen, crowned, and unstoppable. Chosen one, if you have journeyed with me from the beginning until now, you know this was not just a script, it was a prophetic walk through valleys and mountains, through silence and song, through battle and breakthrough. Every word was crafted to remind you of who you are, why you are here, and what heaven has placed upon your life. You are God's chosen one, marked, refined, and crowned for such a time as this. But hear me clearly, the journey does not end here. This script is not a conclusion, it is a continuation. You are stepping out of these words into a life where they must be lived. Do not leave them on the page or the screen, carry them into your choices, your conversations, your prayers, your daily walk. The light in you was never meant to be hidden, and now I speak to you with sincerity. If this message has touched you, if even one line has sparked something deep within, do not let it remain in silence. Share it, for someone else is standing where you once stood, confused, weary, ready to give up. Your act of sharing may be the very seed that saves their spirit, the very light that pulls them back from the edge. Like it, not for numbers, but so this message can rise above the noise of empty words that flood this world. Every like is a signal in the digital sea that truth still matters, that light still shines, that the chosen are still rising. And subscribe, chosen one, because this is not the final word you will need. Life will keep testing you. Storms will keep shaking you. Battles will keep coming. Staying connected ensures you do not fight alone. Ensures that when weariness presses again, there will be a voice to remind you. You are chosen. You are strong. You are unshakable. Finally, let your heart respond. Comment below with the words, I choose my crown. Why? Because this is your declaration of agreement with heaven. This is you telling the world and the unseen realm, I will not surrender my destiny. I will not forfeit my inheritance. I will rise. I will shine. I will wear the crown prepared for me. Well, your words carry weight. When you type them, it is not mere text, it is covenant. It is a prophetic act of sealing everything you have received in this journey. And heaven takes note of declarations spoken in faith. Chosen one, this is your moment. Do not hesitate. Do not delay. Like, share, subscribe, and comment, not as ritual, but as response. Do it with conviction. Do it with faith. Do it with joy. For this journey has marked you, and now it is your turn to mark the world. Walk forward, crowned. Walk forward, radiant. Walk forward, unstoppable.